Hi everyone, welcome back to Meydan. We are a week out from Fashion Friday. Hopefully we're going to see you all there for that. And we've got a good 9-race card for you tonight. Of those 9 races, it's 5, 6 and 7, which really takes centre stage. Race number 5 is on the dirt. It's the Cocoa Beach Stakes, named after that filly that won the UAE Oaks and Guineas out here. And we've got a strong looking field. In particular, Manama Gold is the one we're really looking forward to. She's looking to follow in the footsteps of Cocoa Beach and going on and taking domestic Guineas and Oaks. She looks to stand out in that. Then on to the Cape Verdi on the turf. Really beautiful covering of grass, incidentally, tonight at Meydan. It's got nice and long here. We've got some real standout fillies in the form of, I guess, English Rose and Mystic Pearl as well, amongst others. Charlie Happy looks strong-handed there with English Rose off the back of her 2 starts so far. Then a competitive handicap to follow up, which is race number 7 on the card. Bit of Meydan form, hopefully going to be advertised tonight. So lots to look forward to, and with some of the standout horse highlights now, here's Pat Comerford.
Tonight at Meydan, the very classy Manama Gold returns to the races here after a very successful debut, hoping to continue on the unbeaten run. Talk about unbeaten runners, 2 from 2 in the UK. English Rose makes her way here to Dubai, hoping to continue on that run. Virtually untouched here at Kempton Park last start, looking to make her presence felt here under William Buick. And last but not least, the ratings going out from 80 to 105, and with the conditions change, off the top mark, Mysterious Night comes into the race here, also partnered by William Buick this evening for Charlie Appleby. Let's have a look at the schedule for tonight. Friday the 19th of January, we kick off with a mile dirt race, the P&O Marinas, presented by DP World. The We1 presented by DP World over the 1200 metres for the Meydan as we head down the straight there in the second race. A couple of sprint trips for you down to the Dubai Trade presented by DP World over the 1900 metres on turf. That is our distance race, one of the distance races for the night. We then head through to a couple of mile races, including the 850,000 dirham Group 2, the Cape Verdi. Winner going home with just a tad over $500,000 dirham in the event. Then we head to the 1400 for the Jebel Ali Free Zone, the Dubai Auto Zone presented by DP World over the mile, and kicking it off and closing the program with a 2,000 metre turf race, and that is also for the Maideners. Quite a few not joining us tonight. A lot of emergencies failing to get a start. Race 1, taking out the bottom 4, 17, Mishal Al Wathbar, 18, Al Mab, 19, Koyan Di Carrera, and 20, Wassel. Race 2, all 4 emergencies fail to get a start. Chief of Navy, Al Sahib, Longmore, and Black Mark also for Rashid Borsley. Race 3, number 8, Ribby comes out for John Hyde. Race 4, 17, Kahale, and 18, Sakara King. Race 7, Busala and Tamol don't take their place, so the first 2 emergencies come in, Mutiny and Ajwad. Our 3rd and 4th emergencies don't get a start. And in the 9th, number 3, Classic Medal, also withdrawn from the final contest. Rider changes here, race 7. Sam Hitchcock will jump on McManaman, who jumps in, and Omar Salas to ride Silent Defence for Rashid Borsley in the 7th. Let's have a look at the going here. Much like last week, a firm surface to good the entire way around, including our straight 6 run, which we'll see underway in the second event.
Welcome out to just outside the parade ring, where Pat Comerford and I are going to have a spin through this 9-race card. Hopefully find you some winning selections as well, as you did plenty last week. How's your week been?
It's been good, Tom. Thank you very much. And yeah, look, it's been a good week. The weather's continuing to be beautiful here. Obviously, as we said, we're getting week after week. We're getting closer to, I guess, some of these bigger races. But this Group 2 tonight presents, obviously an opportunity for some of our mares and fillies to get, a good chance at picking up some really nice prize money against their own sex. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, very much a fillies night tonight. A good race on the dirt, and of course the turf. We'll come to that. Let's get stuck in. I think we've got plenty to get through, so we'll start with our opening contest tonight, which we're going to have a look at. And it's very much full of unknown quantities for our opening contest. It's purebred Arabians on the dirt. It's the P&O Marinas contest Meydan, presented by DP World. We're not going to have a look at any runners here. The reserves that don't go are listed for you on the screen. I think we agree, and I wasn't sure we would, but I thought Garmusha, Pat, with Adri on board out of one, was going to be ridden pretty obviously. She's getting a little bit of weight for some of the boys here. It's not a confident selection, but I thought off the back of that run last time, she was the one to side with.
Yeah, Seifeldendieb's going very good this season so far. They've been able to pick up, say, 5 or 6 winners already on the season so far, and I think Garmusha put the writing on the wall there at Jafza. From what we've seen, looks to be a nice filly that I think will pick up a few wins early in her career, and I think she just gets the advantage from the gate here, to be perfectly honest with you. I thought outside of that, Rad Brook probably...
I thought it was a big danger.
Other horse, I'd say, you know, from gate 3 is going to get every possible chance here. The thing that drew me towards Garmusha, though, was the horse screamed for a mile in that 1200 metre event, was only doing the best work there late in the piece. So I'm more inclined to take Garmusha heading out to the mile here than I would Rad Brook dropping back in distance. I think we'll see a much sharper run from Garmusha as she progresses out in distance.
That was going to be my next question, so it's like you read my mind.
There you go.
As you did with the tie.
Yeah, there we go. Maybe it's the top. Maybe it is the tie.
Actually, you know, I was looking at the wardrobe today and I was like, I had pink, blue and red. Something made me go red.
There you go.
And it was, you know, it's like it's meant to be. So there we are. We'll have to liaise a bit better, I think, going forward.
Well, last week we had one together. I think we might have a couple more tonight. I actually haven't had a look at the selections tonight, but
no, I prefer doing it that way. I prefer not knowing what you've gone for and then saving it for this moment here. But I did know you'd gone for that in the first.
Yep.
The second race, I think we're likely to agree on a few tonight, to be honest. Last week was very, very open across the board.
And the market has well and truly found, I think, quite a few of these main hopes tonight.
Yeah, been some very well supported. This is on the turf. It's 1,200 metres on the turf. The We1 presented by DP World. It is a maiden. We can have a look at some of these. So we'll start first of all with Garleb. Now this horse has had a few goes so far on the dirt. Hasn't tried the turf yet. I guess on pedigree that could be a plus, but you know, drawn 8, that should be absolutely fine. I quite like the drop back in trip. Not my on-top selection, but I can see the case for Garleb.
Yeah, I agree. The horse has shown signs in these racing, especially that the style of racing, not a very, you know, electric horse early, really had to work through the gears late in the race to sort of, you know, eventually, you know, motor home, and was only just beaten here by the stablemate in Aj Diet, who was obviously bred to be a little bit more of a dirt horse here. Garleb's by Astern out of a Furlax mare, so you'd only assume that the switch over to the turf is going to be a plus for Garleb here. The drop back in distance, no concern whatsoever. The horse is 4th up and fit, and I think can strike tonight. Michael Costa's horses have been going quite good down the straight here so far. Yet to break through with a win down the straight, but has had numerous placings as well with his runners. So I think conditions suit tonight for Garleb to find his best form here.
Al Abed is another one who has largely been plying his trade on the dirt. Has had one go on the turf previously. Dark Angels do handle the dirt, but again, I think a switch to the turf could well be a plus. Official rating of 76. It has a bit to find with the principal. Yeah,
look, I lent towards Al Abed as potentially a top 3 hope in this event. This run has obviously been, I guess, franked for a maiden race, considering that, you know, Nayar came out and ran very well the following start up against Handicap company there, and we've seen Mr. Carfu come into the event a little bit later on here. He's in race number 3 or 4, so he's obviously a horse that I think will improve off that win. That form line should line up. I'd see, you know, Al Abed running a good race here. I wanted to give an honourable mention as well to Condor Passer. I think he's definitely one that will appreciate the switch over to turf here once again, and comes out of a good gate. He's on the right side of the course, which, as we know so far, has been a massive advantage to a lot of horses being on that inside, or on the far side part of the course, I should say. And that was why I sort of led to him a little bit over Sadiq, who I think doesn't get the ideal draw here, but could go okay.
Is that your selection, Condor Passer?
No, I've gone on top here with Garleb,
okay.
But I just wanted to give an honourable mention to Condor Passer. I think with the gate, he should improve here as well and back out onto a preferred surface.
So I went through the race and selected Condor Passer.
There you go.
And then I got to the next race and I was like, that's weird. Another race on the dirt, because I didn't realise that this was on the turf.
There you go.
And I had to start again, and I went with Chandigarh.
Okay, there you go. Well, I haven't...
Like, this thing's rated 99 and just looks a turf horse.
Well, the international market agrees with you, because I've left him out of my 4, but
really?
Yeah, he came up as favourite. So, yeah, I don't know.
On ratings, I put a line through him when I thought it was a dirt race. I'm going to start with that in future, whether it's a dirt or a turf.
Yeah, that usually helps.
I think that's going to help. And I thought it was pretty obvious. Now, obviously, the Pat can do this weight, but it'd be right towards the bottom, and I don't think he's done it for a bit. I'm leaning towards that's why Sam's on board. I don't know. I thought on ratings, I thought he should be pretty clear.
Yeah, look, I'm willing to take him on here. I thought Garleb gets conditions to suit here, so yeah, I think Costa can strike early with Garleb here in this event.
Race number 3 is on the dirt. It's 1,200 metres. And it's the first of the handicaps for Thoroughbreds here, National Industries Park, presented by DP World. Those are your runners. Take out the 8 horse who doesn't go, that's Ribby. We can see Mojer, who is the horse I've selected here, Tom Marquand over to ride. Ben Cohen Band and Tom Marquand Cummins in for the ride. Got a good book of rides tonight. Plenty in this horse's favour, having won last time. That was on dirt debut, and
you'd think he'd get a good line at it as well, considering that his wife was partnering this horse over in the UK. You think, you know, you've got potentially someone who can give you a good rundown on how this horse is, you know, as a galloper, and how he sort of handles, I guess.
My slight concern is that he's a profitable. Now, his pedigree doesn't scream dirt, and it's a different surface at Jebel Ali to here. I think it can be harsher here. But when you've got a horse who's got speed, it's not such a problem.
We did say that about Al Nassib earlier on in the year, though, didn't we?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
and he's come out from Masaba and won by 10. So,
but I think when you've got a horse who you know, it's more for me sometimes a slow away kickback thing. If you've got speed, it's fine.
Yeah.
And he's got it in abundance. Are you with this horse?
No, I'm against him. I'm not against him. I've got him in the mix. I thought him and Tarkid both presented value. You're going to think I'm a real sicko here, to be perfectly honest with you. I thought many a star off the inside gate.
You sicko.
Yeah, I know.
That's disgusting.
Didn't get the gate last. Didn't get the gate last time out on the turf, and I know he's a turf horse through and through here. But I just thought from the gate, it wouldn't shock me to see him with that run under the belt now just be sent to the front, and you know, we might be able to see him stick on a little bit here, even though conditions don't suit.
Last week, after I saw the trainer at breakfast, and I think there was a suggestion that this horse would try the dirt, and I was like, what?
Yeah.
But out that gate, you know, with the speed.
Yeah, look, it's a low confidence selection, but I'm gonna
I like
give him a little bit of a chance here. I think Majaya though is the one to beat. All the signs say there, but yeah, many a star I'll spec. He's my value selection's been absolutely smashed on the market overseas in all the King's Men. So I've now made many a star my long shot for the night.
Race number 4 is a handicap on the turf over 1,900 metres, 65 to 90 contest. That's your field, and it's the Dubai Trade presented by DP World. First of all, we can see Sari Dubai. This is the horse I've gone with, Sari Dubai, who it comes out of 14. I'm not too worried about that because this is, you know, how the horse tends to be ridden. This mark is, you know, he's able to score off. He's a previous course and distance winner, and you know, I thought last time might just have put him spot on for this, or that was the hope anyway. Should have things run to suit. He'll need a bit of luck, but I like him.
I'm not going to repeat everything you said.
Are you with
it's
him?
Exactly the same thing I said. Wide draw, goes back. Yeah. Look, there is the element where he's going to have to ride for luck, but again, he was going very well in those late stages. I think the extra distance, if anything, is going to give him a better hope. A mile up to 1,900 metres, it's going to make it a lot easier for him to sort of get a bit more of a cushy run. If a few of these decide to roll early, it's going to leave a horse like Sari Dubai able to pounce. Again, he's probably one of those horses on the night tonight where the wide draw, despite being on turf, isn't going to concern him whatsoever because, Pat Dobbs will snag him back to the end and he'll be doing his best work late.
Laser Guided is my chief danger. I'm sure it's your chief danger
100%.
as well. This is Pontefract, quick ground. I just found him hard to weigh up on first start out here. Could easily go and see him win, but I thought Sari Dubai was the proven quality out here, and I wasn't sure.
Look, I think it was a good run, wasn't it, here under Oceanor to go on and win. But yeah, that's the thing. How do you line the form up? That's the hard part. Look, William Buick on is a big plus. That's a bit of a push of confidence in itself, but at the same time, I'm going to lean more to Sari Dubai, who's got the proven form here at Meydan.
I know
it's going to take him a ways.
It always looks weird here at Ponty when they do this, because obviously it's left-handed, but when the ground gets a bit chewed up on the inner, they suddenly come near side, they stick to the far side. There are other tracks they do it in the UK as well. It just looks weird.
Looks like every track in New Zealand during the winter months.
Does it? Okay. But there you are. Yeah, he could easily go on and win. He's had 200 days off. I like the fitness angle with Sari Dubai, and yeah, we agree.
We certainly do.
We're both right. Moving on to race number 5 is the Cocoa Beach Stakes, presented by Jebel Ali Port, 1,600 metres. It's a conditions race for fillies. Cocoa Beach had such a good record out here a few years ago. This race named in her honour. This is coming up at 7:50.
I've got a very good feeling we're on the same. Well,
let's hope so. The one concern for Manama Gold, for me, is a big performance on the dirt isn't always backed up. That's it. Otherwise, she should be fine. She was far too good for them, including the pretty highly touted Lafferty last time. Really impressed with her. I think she's the best filly we've seen. She should win.
She's going to improve off this, you'd say. As you said, I know these runs can come, there can be once-offs and, they might not be able to back it up, as you said, but, like, what else do you go? Frost at Dawn's drawn terribly, and we'll need some luck here. Jim Crowley's on, which is, I guess, a plus in itself, but it was daylight to third.
Yeah.
I think she's just a level. I think she's just a level above here, to be honest. And I think it's going to be very, very difficult to see something beating her here tonight, to be honest. I think she's pretty special, this horse, and I think the victorious team and Fauzinas, they've got quite a few runners in tonight, and a victorious team across multiple stables this evening, but you'd say that this is the one that they're going to be the most excited for.
Wild Goddess lines up here, who I quite like as a profile, just not necessarily for this surface. She's a Camelot filly. She's out of a Chaminade mare, but I didn't think it was obvious necessarily to switch onto this surface. Was a winner last time over 1,400 on the turf. I think the step up in trip as a Camelot is absolutely fine. It's just a surface thing, and whether or not she's rated 92, but whether or not she's of the ability of Manama Gold surface or not.
I think she's got ability for sure. But again, bred to be getting out over distance, and obviously. And improving on a turf surface. So I think the conditions aren't going to suit her here this evening, but she'll take a lot from this run, I think, from a fitness perspective, considering she's been off since September. She's a next start horse for me. I think we'll be looking to see where they go with her next, and I'm sure Charlie Appleby's got a nice plan for her, but yeah, I'm going to say it. Probably one of my more confident top selections so far for the season. I think Manama Gold has this absolutely sewn up, and only bad luck gets her beat.
Okay, the Cape Verdi is race number 6. It is the Group 2 contest. The Cape Verdi presented by DP World GCC over 1,600 metres on the turf. It's got a purse of 850,000 dirham, and we can start by having a look at English Rose, not the top rated in here, but she's lightly raced. She's been kept off the track 74 days since this Kempton success. She's 2 from 2. She's a daughter of Frankel, and no surprise, Godolphin target this race. The Cape Verdi onto the Balanchine, and I think they've got another nice one here.
Yeah, look, she's going to handle the turf. We saw obviously win her maiden at Newmarket, so she's obviously won on it before, but I'm not too concerned with her coming over this distance, I guess, and she'll be making her way up towards 2,000 metres, you'd say. A mile's probably the bottom of what she wants it. She was very impressive here in this novice at Kempton Park. And look, she obviously got asked for here in the final stages, but hands and heels most of the way. Probably everything you want to see. Look, her mother, Sabetsu, was a pre-St. Allery winner. We know that that's a very decent Group 1 to win, and a nice lead up as well for a French Oaks. So she's only going to improve as she gets out over further than a mile, and I say she's pretty untapped at this point in time. I think it's her race to lose here tonight, but again, there are some question marks surrounding it. Mystic Pearls, well travelled. The same can be said here for Stenton Glider. Both of these horses have done a lot of travel, and that's one thing that they have as an advantage to her, is the fact that it's not their first time overseas, and they've done it all.
They've got form together, which we can see, and Mystic Pearl is, Pat, rated a good bit higher than English Rose. So, you know, I was selecting an English Rose thinking, am I being stupid here? Because Mystic Pearl, but it's the untapped potential of English Rose which excites me a little bit more, and I'm not sure how good this form is. I just have a slight doubt about it.
Yeah,
as sort of, you know, Group 2 form.
Yeah, I don't really have too much more to say on this race, to be perfectly honest. As I said, you can stick with a horse like Mystic Pearl, who we know will be absolutely primed for this as well. The runs through the middle of the year were very good. Tom Marquand as well is going to, I guess, only aid the horse's chances. Was on board for the win 2 starts ago. And yeah, as I said, Stenton Glider has done plenty of good work, travelling around. We know that went to Dusseldorf for that 1,000 guineas, and that was a horse that in a race that they'd sort of targeted with this horse, this 4-year-old. But again, we just keep coming back to this untapped potential, I guess, with English Rose. The question is, I don't think we've fully seen what's under the hood of English Rose, because the conditions haven't really favoured her yet to find her best form. And I know she comes up into a tougher race here tonight than what she's faced in her 2 starts, but I think she's genuinely up to fillies and mares Group 2 quality. I think against her own sex, this is a type of Group 2 race that she'll be picking up early in her career. Yeah,
I did like Stenton Glider early on in the year, and sort of picked her out as a Guineas filly back in the UK. She ran okay, but came up a little bit short last time. We'll see how she goes here. Race number 7 is a handicap with a few notable absentees, but otherwise it's still a really good race. It's very competitive, ultra competitive. Jebel Ali Free Zone Jafza handicap presented by DP World, and the key bit of form centres around Al Salt, Mysterious Night, Wild Lion. Tarmel's taken out of the race, having run here in this race last time. I guess the thing to point out is that Al Salt was wide, and Adjudant Reeves was on board in the black hat. You can see, I thought he got a brilliant ride. He got over, got the rail. So I was sort of against him coming into this, because I thought he got the perfect trip last time, whereas the likes of Mysterious Night, Wild Lion and Tarmel that's been taken out didn't. But I guess still on the basis of this, you could argue Al Salt's the likeliest winner. Maybe you won't.
I definitely thought the horse was a winning hope in this race. He's going to get every possible from the gate as well to slot in and get a very sort of similar position in the run. I thought the run was very good there, and of the sort of form that we have here at Meydan, I think it's the superior form line coming into this, considering it was also a listed event that he was coming out of there as well. But look, I lent towards a horse here that you'd say is probably more of an all-weather horse, going off what we've seen on form. Now, I'm leaning into this horse in the fact that I thought he was potentially, considering the fact that they increased the ratings here to 80 to 105, and we've got a lot of horses coming into this that weren't initially going to get a run in this race, like the likes of Mysterious Night, Ra Ebb, even Al Salt wasn't even going to be able to go to this event before they did extend out the conditions of the event. I thought All the King's Men was probably a horse on a hard enough surface here at Meydan at the moment. We looked at the track state, the conditions a little bit earlier on there, and it's, according to the track, good to firm the entire way around. So maybe we will see a horse from an inside gate like All the King's Men roll forward here and sort of command it from the front. Again, was a selection that I had, considering the fact that I thought he was going to come into this race as potentially an 8, 9, 10 to 1 prospect in this. But looking at the international market, he has been absolutely smashed here. And whether it's Chinese whispers getting around or whatever, he is a massive unders price at the moment. Now, he can still come out and win, but I saw the international market at this point in time sitting around 3-1, which I thought was definitely on the shorter side for a horse that we're taking on hope that he will handle the grass here. Well, we know he'll handle the grass, but he's certainly a horse that hasn't shown his best form on the grass, and that's the big question.
So my one value pick was Tarmol, who I was, of all of them, most excited about tonight. He's been taken out. So I had a quick revisit of that bit of form. Mysterious Night covered more ground than most of them. And in the back of my mind, a lot of the Appy horses take a big step forward for their first start out here. It's not that confident a shout. It could be any of the top 3 in the international market. And I even thought Demand was interesting.
What did you make of Mysterious Night here? I know 62 kilos, and again, it is an afterthought race because it's not what they probably initially had in the plan for progressing this horse out to where we hope we'll see him recapture some of that 2-year-old form, because he seemed to be a little bit of a waste in his last couple of seasons for a horse that showed so much as a youngster. That, we like 2,000 metres is where we're going to see him do his best work, but it's going to take a while for him to get out to that distance, you'd say.
Mysterious Night?
Yeah.
I don't mind the distance. I mean, I thought he was more a mile horse, but then, he didn't finish it off brilliantly last time. I just thought he had a bad draw and not a great trip, and I thought he might just take a step forward for it. Mm-hmm. And I have gone with him. But it's not a confident selection.
Well, neither am I. I'm with All the King's Men as a hope here. Hopefully from gate 4 can roll forward. But, he's certainly been well found.
Yeah, it's a shame because Tom, I would have won. Race number 8 is the Dubai Auto Zone presented by DP World over 1,600 metres. We're on the dirt. We've got a full field here. And we can start with Tadid, who's got Tom Marquand on board. Michael Costa trains this horse, who ran pretty well last time. He was a winner early on in his career over this course of distance. He was one of the Costa horses who have started the year in decent enough form. We know he's capable of this sort of mark. I could see him going pretty well out of 4, nice attacking ride.
Yeah, look, I've got him in the mix. I've tipped him for second, Tardid. It was, I think, okay in behind Lasso Dude, as we saw. Obviously, the 2 runners in front broke away here in the late stages. He was still going okay through the line, which is, what you want to see. And he meets a very similar field here from a quality perspective. But look, I think I remember earlier on in the season, Al Jadaf has been a horse that I think we've seen capitalising, being able to win quite a bit of prize money in the early parts of this season. And I think at this point in time, the listed race was obviously the next step for him to I guess have a crack at. It was down the track on that occasion there and behind Atletico Alcalano. They flew up in front, so he was unfortunately pressured for a good chunk of that race. He comes back to a suitable race here. We won a 60 to 80 by 6.75 lengths here, and it's not a race where I overly see a decent amount of speed in this event. I think he's got an opportunity from that inside gate to find a spot in the first few, and even though he's got 62 on his back, he's rock hard fit, and I think this is potentially, with Fashion Friday next week and these races getting ever so deeper as we get more international inclusion into them, I think this is probably one of his last chances to pick up a winner's paycheck here, so I'm with him.
Ajdeat is a horse who could be one of the pace angles again in the black and yellow of His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, and last time was a winner at Jeb up the hill. I would imagine we'll be up in the van out of 8 and trying to get over, and you talked about a pretty hot pace in the race, which I think is likely. And I was rider bookings tonight are a little bit more confusing. Obviously Tom's got the pick, but Jonathan Castano Mateus has ridden a winner out here so far.
He's rode a double at Jebel Ali the other week, which was great to see. But yeah, he gets a good opportunity here with Ajdeat. He was on board last time out to claim the maiden, and it's great to see that that Michael Costa's been able to allow him to continue his association with the gelding coming into this race.
I am with Imperial Empire, who will come out of 1, blinkers on, well treated on old form. If you'd have told me that this horse a few years ago would be lining up off 87 in this Cardinal race, I'd have thought, I thought he was better than that. He's got to prove himself, but I think a nice attacking ride out of 1 will see him go well.
Yeah, I'm with Al Jadaf here. Hopefully with that sort of speed, I guess, rolling forward, he's going to find a nice spot, maybe one back on the inside. And he's a momentum horse here, Al Jadaf. I think Connor Beasley will be pulling him out at the 500 and hopefully get him rolling. And as I said, I think this is his last chance for the season to really start to pick up some winners' checks.
I reckon we agree on the last race, which is a maiden DP World Logistics GCC presented by DP World. Mount Tambora is rated best of them, has the best form surely from Abu Dhabi last time, should take some beating with Car Barcelona riding for Musaba.
And Energetic last night, who ran 4th in that race, franked the form by coming out and blitzing them last night at Abu Dhabi. So that form line only improves, and it's not a very strong race, this. So I think, well, unfortunately, Christian Demuro, I'm sure if he was here, he'd be on board, but not riding here in Dubai this weekend. So Macau Barcelona jumps on board. That's certainly not the worst of jockey changes you'd have. And I think Mount Tambora takes the last here. Not much spoils at the quote on the international market, but yeah, has done everything right leading into this and finds a really, really good race to strike, and I think will be pretty convincing winner here in the last.
Yeah, it could be a night of surprises, but there are some obvious ones on the boards. Between Pat and I, we've gone for a few of them. Your 9, Pat, please.
I think, look, I think for people tuning in, if you're looking at this from a wagering perspective from people overseas, I would be saying Manama Gold and Mount Tambora. If you all up to those as an accumulator, I'd say that's probably your best way. But this is the problem. It's one of those nights, unlike last week where we saw a race meeting where there were nice open fields. I think the right horses have been well found here tonight, and it's going to be a night for those. I think it's going to be a favourites night tonight.
Yeah, it looks that way, doesn't it? We've got a bit of quality on the night, in particular with that group too.
What's your best here? Before we go, what's your best bet?
To Hummel.
Or always the way.
I don't know. I think in the penultimate race, the Tiger Shea horse, Imperial Empire, is the most at the
turning back the clock. It hasn't.
I think as far as a value selection, I think English Rose is exciting, but
yep.
as a value selection, I thought that's the one I'm excited about.
Well, hopefully we see some great horses winning tonight, and yeah, like it's a great night, as you said. It's for the fillies and the mares tonight. That's who we're focusing on here, and they get some good opportunity to pick up some nice prize money tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, last week was open. It was good stuff. Here are some highlights now.
We are set to go here at the 1,000 metres for the first on our Meydan Friday night racing. Fast Uno was the best away to the inside. Shanagai City pressing forward with My Kind of Day. Vespasian a lot closer today, sticking over to the near side part of the track. With I'll Stand Taller, McManaman tracking them was Kia Rad. Then came Al Shibley as they all eventually make their way over to the far side part of the course. Then came next in running Norbano, followed there by Superior, settling down into about 5th to last as they make their way onto the course proper. Deeper out on the track, Hayu Adalab from Many a Star. In behind them, Top of Bill and also Raz El Hard as they make their way into the final 300 metres. Vespasian there with Al Shibley, and over on the far side part of the track, Fast Uno running on with My Kind of Day. It's Vespasian, the narrow leader, Al Shibley on the near side, trying to fight here. Vespasian still within a hope here. Vespasian getting the better of Al Shibley here late. Vespasian gets the Crisfords an early winner on the card. Beats home Al Shibley. Top of Bill flew home first up into third. Set to run. Starter hits the lever and we are underway. Military Artist jumped exceptionally well. So much so, he's going to be able to burn across here. Million Doro will keep him off the fence though, settling down on the inside there in a forward spot also. Fayyad was next from Tactical Bound, deeper out on the course, working up Military Option with Wafait. Muntasir slides up the inside as Million Doro slips away from the rest of the pack here. My Honor deeper out. From next in turn was Sunday Bell. Velvet Cactus was third to last from Guns and Glory. Precedent, Tokyo Tower the last one. So they are spread 20 lengths from top to tail here, and Million Doro wants to run it at his own sectionals here. Out by 6 lengths. Into second, Military Artist tacks up and toes up the rest of the field. My Honor third. Fourth, Military Option, followed there by Muntasir, just getting a wriggle on the inside and pushed along by the rider. Guns and Glory is off around them. Then came Velvet Cactus, Fayyad. Then following them was Tactical Bound. Wafait is dropping back through the field here, not liking this quick tempo here and has dropped the bit. Being passed now by Velvet Cactus. Back in the field was Tokyo Tower, the last one Precedent as they swing the bend. And Military Artist comes past Million Doro, who has given up the gas here at this point in time with 300 metres left to travel. Guns and Glory trying to run into the race here. Tactical Bound making big bounds here in the late stages, but Military Artist is out clear here by about 4.5 lengths here on Guns and Glory. Running into it, Tokyo Tower and Tactical Bound, but he let the speed go, did Audrey de Vries, and Military Artist is going to finally go home a winner. Military Artist, a good win. 1.5 lengths on the line. Tokyo Tower has come from a long way back to run into second. 3 runners for Syed bin Saror here, and the Godolphin team were set to go. Racing from the 1400, Ranchero stood there. Missed it 4 lengths. Al Karama goes back in the early stages. Al Kazne, Harsam, Beautiful Secrets getting a wriggle on as well after being half a stride slow. So they make their way past the 1200 metres. Changing Colours is going to take over the running, leading by 2.5 lengths. The Caribbean second. Fight Zone having to work to find his usual forward spot, followed by Molokab, who's up on the running rail. Next came Triple Venture from First View, Goya Chica. Beautiful Secrets about 4 back on the inside, spotting the lead 7 from Mountbatten, who's 3 wide with a back at this stage. Aswan next. From next in turn there, Wan Nice, Al Karama, deeper out on the track, working up into it, Sim. Followed there next by Al Karama, who's dropping back through the field now to second last, and detached at this point in time of the running was Ranchero. So he's got early dinner reservations, I'd say, here. Changing Colours. He's out clear by 5 or 6 lengths. The Caribbean, a lot more positive today, has the chasing role. Molokab next, followed by Beautiful Secret. Mountbatten starting to run on here late, but Changing Colours has continued his lead here. He's still got a 5-length buffer here with about 150 metres left to travel, and Changing Colours coming down to the line will be chased by Molokab, but it is a gate-to-wire victory here in race 3. Changing Colours, too good for Sandro Paiva. As we are set to go in race number 4, racing. Morning was slow, so was Taff Friege. Roadblock jumped well from the inside. Kalbark shooting through. Magic Petition also in a forward spot, and after being a little slow, Tygo O'Shea is going to work Bay of Honour up into a forward position. He's a little wide at this point in time. Mesha Carl was next, followed there by Echo Point, who's going to drop back into 5th position. Then came dropping back through the field. About 4 lengths off the main pack was Morning, and another 5 lengths back sees Taff Friege along with the Great Collection, who is not going with the gallops. So 750 metres left to travel. They work onto the side section of the course, and Roadblock has been pestered the entire way. Kalbarg is outside. Bay of Honour still within a 1/2 length. Magic Petition there as well. In behind them, getting a conservative run, is Echo Point. Demuro looking to pinch inside runs here very shortly. Next was Mesha Cal from Morning. The Great Collection passes Taff Friege, who will not go on the surface as they come into the straight. And it is Kalbarg who leads a neck. Roadblock in for the fight. Echo Point weaving through the inside. Now starts to lift with the conservative run through the middle stages. Here's the Great Collection coming from well back here as well with Morning and Magic Petition. It's Echo Point. Look at the old boy rattling home. The Great Collection blinkers off, and it is a green light and a win for the Great Collection. He turns back the clock and wins big time here. Beats home Echo Point and Morning. And we are set here at the 1200 metres, and we are away to a nice even line. Salvuccio a little slow, if any, up on the far side. Good speed from Zulu Chief as expected. Zorkin rolls forward with 7 questions. Pure Ambition sliding up to the far side rail, followed there next in turn by Thunder Blue, Nisa. Then came working along midfield, Theban. Starlust is starting to press forward under Hector Crouch from Aram. Then came Great Truth. He's got plenty of cover, but a few bums in front of him at this stage. Then came on the nearest part of the track here was Myconian, followed there by next in turn Star of Mystery, and Aram and Salvuccio are the last 2. So Zorkin takes over as they head onto the course proper here, leading by a narrow margin. 7 questions. Ryder with plenty in hand here. 7 questions. He goes to the front now, leading the way here from Starlust on the near side. Myconian starts to present here alongside Zulu Chief, working through late in the piece here. Star of Mystery, 7 questions. Starlust on the nearest part of the track. Star of Mystery. Star of Mystery goes up to a lead of a half length here. Starlust battles on with 7 questions, but Star of Mystery, that was a very nice win. 3 parts on Starlust, 7 questions. 4th goes to Great Truth. And we are lined and ready. Set to run. Racing. Go Soldier, go slow away. Kabakan's going back to his usual rear position. La Resh is forced to head back from the wide gate. Mr. Raj also in that back clump. Book Review, he'll lead them past the post, as he has done on many occasions. Leading the way by a length and a half. Naxos finds himself in behind in second, but obliged to race off the fence here. With coming up on the outside, Big Team. He's going to press the issue and keep the pace genuine as they work off onto the back section. Carfu was next. Mr. Raj 5th, and on the inside from Simjangui Gadong. Now Kaburkan was just checked for a run there as roll through the head up in the air. Hero Mo goes past him on the outside, but is wide without a back. Next was Go Soldier Go, and Celtic Prince heads back to the end of the main clump. And La Resh is 6 to 7 lengths detached and cannot go with the gallop. At the 1100 metres, Book Review keeps them rolling, but not as fast as he has in previous starts. He's getting a pretty conservative run up in front. Naxos was next. Hero Mo obliged to race wide, but continues to improve alongside Big Team now. Mr. Raj was next. From Carfu, Kaburkan jumps on his Russian counterpart's back. Celtic Prince on the inside sits about 8th. From Go Soldier Go, Simjangui Gadong second to last, and La Resh still the best part of 9 or 10 lengths off the rest of this pack as the race hots up with 600 metres to go. Book Review asked to extend. Second, Naxos pressed along. Hero Mo continues his run. Kaburkan travelling in behind on the outside part of the course. Then came Big Team. Celtic Prince the inside. From Go Soldier Go, the rest headed by Mr. Raj. It's the Russians going head to head. Kaburkan, Hero Mo continuing to battle on, but in the Kazakhstani colours, Kaburkan draws away. Kaburkan puts 4 lengths on Hero Mo, and Kaburkan and Patrick Dobbs go down a very impressive winner. Welcome to the UAE, Kaburkan. Hero Mo second, Russia goes 1-2. And we are set to run here in the Lord North Handicap presented by Nikhil. Gates fly, we are underway. Track of Time jumped very well. Military March sooling forward alongside Laser Show. The inside promising as well was Hypothetical. Ryder just taking a little bit of hold here as they come across, working through Majestic Pride. Godolphin runners very handy in the race. Ursa Minor a lot closer today. From Imperial Empire, Hypothetical about 5th in running now and back on the leaders back here in a nice position, but we'll need some luck eventually. High Bank followed from next in turn there, working along Silent Film. Deeper out on the track, Stormy Ocean, wide with the back from Koi Koi. Track of Time goes back to 3rd to last after the good getaway, and the last 2 at the back of the field, Good Fortune and Uzo, have each other for company. So the pace is good here past the 1,000 metres. Majestic Pride goes up to the outside of Laser Show, and they break away here. Hypothetical 3rd, being passed by Imperial Emperor. Then came deeper out on the track, being wide the trip, is Military March. High Bank next, the inside, Silent Film has had a conservative run. Track of Time follows him. Koi Koi next from Ursa Minor. Military March goes back through the field. Good Fortune passes him. Uzo and Stormy Ocean, the last two. They come into the straight here. 500 metres left to go. A few of these up in front really being felt for. Laser Show, the leader. 3 parts here on Imperial Emperor. Next on the inside, Majestic Pride. Runs coming out wide. High Bank looking promising with Silent Film, who gets out. Track of Time also working through with Uzo from the back. Plenty of runs and plenty of winning hopes here. Imperial Emperor, Silent Film. Look at Uzo. Uzo working through, and Uzo coming from back in the field. Uzo from last will do the job. Half a length on the line. Beats home Silent Film. Third across the line, Imperial Emperor. Starter hits the latch. We are underway. Border Edge was fast off the gates for Andrew Slattery. Jamira Beach presses through with Trick Bag. Naya in a forward spot, followed by Sendid, who's going to sneak up the fence. Then came Al Maroob deeper out on the track, being forced out into an even wider position, thanks to the position of Ala Malak settling up in that forward spot. So Al Maroob is 5 deep at the moment along the back. He provides Dahez some cover. Working back through the field, Maple Wood along with Restrict, Trick Bag. The last two, Bark Al Emirat, and on the inside was One Vision, but is starting to improve inside of horses. Jamira Beach, the leader, leads a long neck as they work down the side part of the course. Border Edge second, third Sendid, hasn't gone around a horse, getting a very conservative run. Naya and Al Maroom have been deep the trip, and they are going to have to be very brave to win. One Vision was next, followed there by Maplewood, sneaking through. Then came Alamalak from Restrict, Bark Al Emirat, Trick Bag and Dahez for company at the back as they come into the straight, and Border Edge is the leader. Naya and Al Maroom have done a double time here in the middle stages, and they are trying to close in on this leader here, working through in the late stages as well was Sendid. It's Border Edge though. Border Edge here as they come down into the final 100 metres, and at the 16th pole it is Border Edge from Naya. Naya will settle for second once again. Border Edge the winner. 3 parts. Beats home Naya. Set to go, 2,410 metres the journey, and the gates fly. We are racing. Watch My 6 was slow to move. He'll head over to the inside rail, being tracked over there by Karaman. Intricacy at the back of the field with Tides of War as well. So up in front, it is El Kaka who's going to go up and take up the lead. From Karib in second, burning across from that wide stall. Was exciting days to go up into a forward spot. Next in turn there was El Meydan, followed by Webinar, who settles down into 5th on the rail. Then came deeper out on the track, working up into it, Great Deed. Followed next in turn by a Hester Barrow, who is in between runners. Lucius Tiberius settles down 9th, with a back to follow, despite being off the rail. Then came Act of Wisdom. Seastone was next from Tides of War, Intricacy. Mudarab is the next one, followed there by Karaman, and Watch My 6 watches it all unfold from the back as they stretch out here. Al Kaka keeping the sectionals very genuine, working along here, and the field is about 16 lengths from top to tail. Leads the way from exciting days up into second. Karib was third. Fourth, running there was Al Meydan, followed by Lucius Tiberius, who is forced to race wide. Then came Great Deed, a Hester Barrow. Webinar perched away on the fence here, about 3 back on the inside, with a little bit of luck required here in the late stages of the race as they are about to top the rise and make their way off the back of the course. Act of Wisdom was next. Seastone followed. Tides of War starts the mid-race move around them. Then came Intricacy, followed there next in turn by Watch My 6. Karaman is back there as well, along with Mudarab. So they click it up here with 750 metres left to go. Al Kaka the leader. Exciting days second. Lucius Tiberius has provided Tides of War some cover here at a crucial stage. Karib was next. Webinar followed from Al Meydan, Hester Barrow, Seastone, Act of Wisdom. Intricacy is Al back in the field here with Karaman. Watch My 6 will need some luck here as they start to run down the straight here. 350 metres left to go. Al Meydan hits the lead. Tides of War starting to close with a Hester Barrow. Webinar working up to the inside here in the late stages. Webinar looking very promising. Seastone down the outside presenting with a Hester Barrow. Good finish. A Hester Barrow, the grey, hits the lead. Webinar fighting on the inside. Seastone there as well. Webinar lifting the inside and does it. Webinar a nose. Beats home a Hester Barrow. Tight on the lines.
Tom Markham joins me outside the weighing room. Great to have you back riding at Meydan since, well, since last season. So, no, we missed you here. Welcome back.
Thank you. Yeah, obviously it's great to be back, and yeah, back to warmer climes as well, which is nice.
I guess it's worked out pretty well because you got Mystic Pearl, who you know well, and obviously Ben Cohen's band. You picked up some really nice other rides for Michael Costa.
Yeah, obviously pretty unfortunate for Ben, but it's worked out a treat in the fact that I was going to be here anyway. She obviously comes in with strong chances later on, and it was a filly that was pretty progressive at the back end of last year. And yeah, to pick up some strong rides for His Highness Sheikh Ahmed is it's fantastic.
I guess Mystic Pearl-wise, would this be considered, you know, given the nature of the programme here, for fillies, a starting point off the back of a big absence, or are you expecting her to be, you know, really ready and firing tonight?
I'll be honest, I haven't seen her much because I've been dancing around abroad. But look, I'd imagine, you know, this would be quite a big night for her, but I'm sure there's nice targets on the horizon for her too. So look, it's early in the year for a filly, but she certainly holds real strong chances in a race like that.
Elsewhere, Moy Jare must have a pretty good chance.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, looked dominant when winning. So yeah, it's been a great time for Michael. Obviously, and the horses are flying. So to be fair, I thought, looking at all of them tonight, none of them were without a chance. Obviously, Busala had a wide draw, but subsequently come out. So yeah, hopefully it can be a strong book of rides.
Yeah, you should be hopeful, I'm sure, of a decent night. Tell me about the time in Japan. How's it been?
Yeah, fantastic. Obviously, it was a bit cooler than here, but you know, just the racing there's amazing, and Holly had a good few winners too, which made it enjoyable. And look, it was a brilliant trip all round and fascinating once again. And we're looking forward to trying to get back in next year.
Absolutely, I'm sure you will be, and hopefully catch up with you in the winners' enclosure tonight.
With a bit of luck.
Cheers. Cheers, Tom. Thanks, mate.
Cheers.
Goodbye.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome along to Meydan for this evening. Runners make their way into the mounting yard here for the first event on the program. Our purebred Arabian race for the evening, a nice full field to get the evening underway. Our 7th meeting here from Meydan this season, and it's only just ramping up. Tonight's feature race in race number 6, the Cape Verdi at Group 2. But let's head into the yard for our runners for race number 1 of the evening. We head to our first horse here, Iman. Leandro Ximenez will do the riding here aboard this runner here, who's had the 2 starts to date. Only one this season, though. Ximenez was on board that evening as well. Running 6, beaten 10 1/4 there by La Menace at Alain. Steps out in distance here from 1,000 metres back to a mile, where we saw this horse debut this distance, but makes the Meydan debut this evening. Blue Joker comes into this race here with a little bit of, I guess, X factor coming from overseas. Only start to date over 2,000 metres, where he was second on that occasion. Mujib Rahman takes over the training here for Alain Stud. Sam Hitchcock to ride with the 62 kilograms. Does have to overcome a slightly wide draw. Number 3 is Farid for Ismail Kiyunku. Mohammed Ibrahim does the training here. 1 start for this runner here, this 5-year-old Entire by Areem, over the 1,000 metres in a maiden at Alain. This is a big step up in distance here, but does come out of the same race as Iman, number 1. So some conflicting form lines here heading into this event this evening. Well, we won't miss this ghostly grey. Almost white here, this 5-year-old Entire by AF Arswea. Abud trains AF Aftartan. Comes into this having the debut run here, and Case Albacete will claim 2.5. Bell goes for riders to climb aboard. AF Al Mothali is the next one that we have a look at here. Coming into this race here, having the 2 starts as well. Both of them were the end of last season and was beaten a distance on both occasions. We see this horse resume for the first time in 9 months. Number 6, H.A. Nashmi. Charlie Bennett rides for Abdulaziz Daoud for the H.A. Syndicate. 1 start, and that was at the beginning of the season in the opening race meeting from Elaine. Down the track, beaten a distance behind Jap Mena. Number 7 is Al Wari. 4-year-old colt here for Ahmed Al Mahabi. Richard Mullen will do the riding here for Al Romani Racing, another debutant in the field. Number 8 is Falak Al Makarim. Comes into this. Abdulaziz Al Balushi will do the riding here for this 4-year-old colt by Falak, who has had the 1 start this season over 1,400 metres at Elaine and was 10 lengths off the winner, running 3rd. 15 is Hafir by Nuna. Comes here on debut for Saif Al Mara Abu Dhabi Racing. Oscar Chavez partnering this horse, as we've seen him do many times this season. They've been able to pick up a winner here at Meydan this season already with AF Yatwi. But Hafir by Nuna is a 4-year-old colt by General and makes his debut here tonight. Number 9, Gardia Al Wathbar. Comes into this race here 3rd up. Has improved a little bit every start. Last start seen over 2,000 metres at Sharjah, but this looks a little bit tougher than what he's faced by so far. He will need to improve. Number 10 is Jagman AA, the 4-year-old colt by Burning Sand. Ern Sortel trains for the Gillis family. And he comes in here as a 3-start horse that has yet to figure, has been down the track on all starts. Radal Brooks lightly raced, but impressed over 1,800 metres at Elaine, running 2nd, beaten a half to Kashmir. Looks one of the more superior form lines for any of these runners heading into this race tonight. 12 is Arsia, 4-year-old colt by Areem. Pat Cosgrave for Abdullah Al Hamadi. And the Al Ajban team draws the widest gate here. Will need luck from 16. Comes into this having his only run to date in Sharjah. The end of last year, he was down the track on that occasion. 13 is Dia, 2nd last start as well. Looks a nice form line here behind Tariq for Mohamed Dagash and Sandro Paiva. Number 16 still to come, and 14 Garmusha. We've missed him, he's made his way down the tunnel, but we'll get him out on the other side. But this is our next one, Jap Ahish. And he is a 4-year-old colt by Albar Latoy. Jesus Rosales does the riding here for Irfan Alahi. Was able to pick up a winner last night at Elaine. Looking to continue on here with this debutant here, who draws a middle alley. So that's our runners that we've seen so far here. 14 Garmusha is making his way through the tunnel. We'll catch him on the other side. And we will give him some attention as well, because he does look a definite winning hope on the card here for race number 1. And we'll be back very shortly as the runners come out the tunnel and we get an eye on Garmusha as they make their way to the gates. One more horse to have a look at, that is Garmusha. Andrew de Vries. And the Deeb stable here for Athbar Racing. Draws the ace. Filly by No Risk Almori, and hopefully we'll see her making her impressions felt here after a very impressive debut. Certainly a horse that has got another horse in this race with some superior form lines to the rest of this lot. We'll see her utilising that inside alley. Could be a winning hope here in this first race on the program. That's our runners. Runners heading to post, and we'll have our best turned out very shortly.
Right, let's have a closer look at some of these, and then we'll crack on with the Best Turned Out Award. Groom is just making his way back towards us, which is good news for the first Best Turned Out Award of the night. Closer look at these. We don't know a huge amount about them, as I've already mentioned, given their relative lack of experience, it being a maiden. But horse number 11 is Arad Al Barouk. Good run last time. Showed a decent amount of pace. I think the drop back in trip will suit. I think well drawn to put the experience to good use, and should have a nice spin through from Connor Beasley, under Connor Beasley, for Ibrahim Al Hadrami. One of the likely ones, I think, out of a good draw, and given that decent effort last time. That's horse number 14, and it's Garmusha, who is the on-top selection for Pat and I. She ran well last time, and when beaten ahead, looks as though the step up in trip will suit on pedigree and what she showed that day. She's well drawn to attack. Not a lot to go on, but that was a good start 26 days ago at Sharjah, and if building on that, I think she should go pretty close. She will want to be well away, obviously in a big field. If you're slow away out of one, it can really make life difficult with horses swooping from your outside. But if she's well enough away, she should be in the mix. That is horse number 15. Who, incidentally, will be seeing more of the groom very shortly. He's just made his way back to us. And we'll do the Best Turned Out Award very soon. I'll just tell you about this horse, who is on debut, this 4-year-old son of General. Will probably improve with racing, most of these do. Comes out of 10, blinkers on. So obviously they want to make good use of the draw to get out with those blinkers on and get handy. Hafir Benuna for Saif Almar and Oscar Chavez. And that horse is the Best Turned Out winner. Well done to the winning groom. 650 dirham to the winning groom, which is Al Tahib. There he is. Well done to Al Tahib, the winning groom of horse number 15. And our thanks to Iftikhar Hussain, who's presenting the award to him on behalf of Zabil Feed. 650 dirham to the winning groom, and the horse Hafir Benuna. Zabil Feed lending their support to every Best Turned Out award. Huge amount of prize money for all of these grooms, 650 dirham to each winner tonight. And our thanks to Zabil Feed, supporters of the Best Turned Out award. This full field then going to post, so the loading process is underway. They come out of the chute over to your right of the big screen, and they go straight into a little bend before heading down the back straight. The obvious ones here, the likes of Rad Al Barouk and Garmusha, but others have shown ability, and you probably want to put a draw to good use here in the lower numbers. Often an advantage. Earlier on in the night, it can pay to race on the speed too, with the track a little bit warmer. The speed tends to hold up pretty well. Will it tonight? Well, we'll see with Pat Comerford.
Thank you very much, Tom. Looking forward to this Purebred Arabians race here. Hopefully a few of these able to pick up their maiden tag here tonight. And there's both of us in the corner of the filly coming out of gate number 1 in Garmusha. Runners like Rad Al Brock, lightly raced, making their presence felt there in the debut run despite not winning. Looking to hopefully make a run. Here's H.A. Nashmi just getting a little bit hot and heavy here behind the stalls. Charlie Bennett on board. It has been loaded forward, and Asir is the last one to come up in the Al Ajban Lime. And we will be right here at the 1600 metres. Field of 16 runners for the Purebred Arabians set to run. Away now. Aftartan was very slow. Blue Joker the same, and Rad Al Brock was a little slow as well. Arcia has been pulled out of the race in the early stages. It was Ayman who was fast away, along with Al Wari, who's going to go up into a forward spot. Half here by Nuna, not too far away from Dia. Garmusha is going to find a beautiful spot, one back on the inside. Farid was next, followed next in turn there by Falak Al Makarim. A gap back to Jap Ahej. Working up the inside was Jagman. Deeper out on the track as they continue their way down the backside of the course was H.A. Nashmi, getting passed by Al Mothali. Then came Gardi Al Wathbar from Jap Al Brock, Rad Al Brock rather, who has tacked onto the back of the field. Second to last was Blue Joker, and Arcia has not gone a yard and has pulled up 100 metres after the start. So it is a pretty genuine tempo, genuine enough as they make their way off the back, and Dia takes over a narrow lead. Half here by Nuna is second, Al Wari third, Garmusha comes off into the running line, and Ayman sneaks up the inside. Then came Falak Al Makarim from Farid. Continuing the inside run, Rad Al Brock, who's improving and going inside of horses. Jagman was next from Blue Joker, Jap Ahej. Gardir Al Wathbar is the last one on the main pack, and that's your race as they straighten for home here. And Dia is met up on the outside by Al Wari. And Richard Mullen takes to the lead here on Al Wari by 3 parts, make it a length. Dia second. Falak Al Makarim is running into third, and running from the back of the field, Rad Al Brook has made up good ground, but it may be all too late as Al Wari, with 200 metres left to go, set sail for the judge. 3 lengths in head of Dia. Rad Al Brock running on with Falak Al Makarim, but it is all Al Wari here in the first, and Richard Mullen strikes gold here in race number 1. Al Wari for Al Ramani Racing picks up the first. 3.5 on the line, beats home Dia. Rad Al Brock made good ground there despite the slightly tardy getaway. Falak Al Makarim was next. Jap Ahej came over in 5th, leading up that 2nd division across the line. Blue Joker, Garmusha was a little plain there late. Jagman next from half here by Nuna, who got the stitch. Farid, Gardir Al Wathbar, Ayman. Then came Al Mothali. Nashmi was next from Aftartan, who was tardy away, and he was one of the last ones home there. And unfortunately, Arcia was pulled up by Pat Cosgrave 100 metres into the event. So Al Wari gets the win. 4-year-old colt by No Risk Al Mori. Came out of gate 14, was able to slot in and get an okay position, travelled well through the run, and a mid-race move saw him contesting the lead there in the middle stages, and as they turned for home, he was able to put a nice buffer there on Dia. Catching the eye there was Connor Beasley and Rad Al Brook after being half a stride slow, and Falak Al Makarim was the other horse in that top 4, and those were the leading 4. It was daylight to 5th, where Jap Ahej was our 5th place getter. Numbers across the line, 7, 13, 11 and 8 here in race number 1.
Well, congratulations if you found that Arabian newcomer. Not easy to find on well, lack of form, on known quantities, which there weren't many in this race. Out of 14, Al Wari got a great ride from Richard Mullen. So effective on the dirt when they get a horse to break well, and he's very good at doing just that. The horse did. DR kept him up to his work on the front end, this Al Wari, the grey son of No Risk Al Mori, and put the race to bed pretty conclusively for Ahmed Al Marabi and Richie Mullen. Running on with a bit of promise was Radal Brook, back in distance. You can see why they started over 1800, because he's shown plenty of stamina for that distance, and never really involved the likes of well, Garmusha, obviously, and the rest, who's run okay, but just plugging away a little bit further back. Some never really in it at all. The grey on the outside started to make a little bit of progress, but unfortunately that all came a little bit too late. As a race where it was tricky to make up ground, but Al-Wari was always in a good spot, and that's a very encouraging start to his career for this 4-year-old. Will no doubt improve with a bit of time. They always tend to, these Arabians, but showed a good professionalism there against largely a field with a bit of experience between them. DR had 2 races so far, and she's backed up the turf performances with a good run on the dirt, but no match for the winner, Al-Wari, who just at this point starts to really be in command. Like the way he uses himself. He does look pretty straightforward. Doesn't mean he is necessarily, but had an experienced rider on board who's got the very best out of the horse on debut, and won comfortably out of 14.
Numbers here for the race number 1, 7, 13, 11, 8. 7, 13, 11, 8. Al-Wari, our unofficial winner. Winner's time, 1:48.93. The margins, 3.5 by 3/4 of a length. Al-Wari, our winner of race 1.
Very good, huh?
Yeah, very good. Nice to win, Meydan.
Yeah, of course. Always nice. Nice to come. How to win?
Sure.
So here's Richard Mullen, first winner of the night, and it's horse number 7, Al-Wari. Richard Mullen just weighing in after that success on Al Wari. Horse has won quite nicely, Richie, in the end. Surprise, expected?
They were very hopeful, I must admit. Saud Al-Rahmani and his father Faisal, you know, they contacted me last week and they said they had a nice maiden coming up, and would I be free? And unfortunately, the connections are right. I didn't have anything in this race, and you know they've been very good to me over the years. You know, Faisal and Saud and Akmal Al-Bahabi. So I know when he says he likes one, he generally knows what he's got. So yeah, it was a good performance because there was a lot of horses. There was a couple of horses in there that had very good form, and he jumped well, travelled extremely well, and you know, for an Arabian, he quickened when I asked him to. So he's very straightforward. He's mentally he's very strong. You know, these Arabians can be quite quirky, but he's, you know, for a young horse, he's got a great mind on his shoulders, and yeah, he put the race to bed with ease, and you know, it was a good performance. And I think there's probably a little bit more to come going forward and going over a longer distance in the future. But I think he'll be versatile. He's got enough speed from mile, but like you say, you probably need it as well going forward as well, because you go as quick over the mile as you would over 2,000. So yeah, it was a good performance, and he's a horse for connections to look forward to.
And what can we expect from the shining jewel in the Cape Verdi? Obviously a nice horse to be on.
Yeah, look, lovely ride to pick up. It's a very open race. I mean, obviously, 3 of Charlie's are very closely matched. You know, they're very unexposed fillies. Obviously, the horse of William Haggis's and Hugo Palmer's probably bring the strongest form on the book, but I think it's very open. And like I say, she's a filly that I think in time will probably get, you know, a bit further anyway. Whereas the other 2 fillies probably have a bit more toe for the Stevens contest. But I think her going forward, I think she'll be looking sort of mile and a half. But she's a very nice filly, working very well, and yeah, I think she'll show a very good account of herself.
For sure, the best one on here.
Cheers, Tom. Thanks.
And that is correct weight here in race number 1. Correct weight numbers 7, 13, 11.
So, race number 1 was the P&O Marinas presented by DP World, a purebred Arabian maiden won by Al Wari. To make the presentation, please welcome to the stage Mr. Saeed Al Mari, a senior manager at P&O Marinas, and he will be presenting the award to the winning owner and the winning trainer as well. Please welcome to the stage for Al Rahmani Racing, Saud Al Rahmani, and the winning trainer, Ahmed Al Mehabi. Right, out in the saddling area with a few of these who are saddled, a few being saddled, we will spin over this way and pick up number 1, who I think is going to make a last turn before heading out. Horse number 1 is Alajal for Pat Dobbs and Doug Watson. We're sprinting on the turf here. This horse has had 1 go so far. It was on the dirt. It's a son of Candy Ride. The dirt was fine, but just beaten quite a long way on that occasion. Over 1600 backing trip, try on the turf. Hopefully that'll eke out some improvement. The horse right in front of us is just taking a turn. It's number 4, and that is Garleb. Garleb's certainly one of the most likely ones. We'll see. Ajdayat runs a little bit later on. We'll see if that form is advertised. Ran well on that occasion, over 1400. Having watched that finish at Jebel Ali back, it's up the hill, and I do think a drop back in distance will suit. Perhaps switching to the turf should as well. On pedigree, there's every chance it will. Number 6 is behind. That is Midgebill, a newcomer trained by Bupat Simar. Pat Cosgrave in the saddle as the son of Shamadal, comes out of 13. Based on what we've seen, that won't be ideal. Obviously towards the near side hasn't been where you wanted to be so far, but well, we'll see. I just wanted to get a look at the horse round still being saddled, number 8, who was just being a little bit tricky, just reared up a couple of times in that saddling area. Seems to have settled down now, that smart system. Previously with Fawzi Nas, now with Okbar Ashur, who had a go over 1200 last time. Is rated 74, so a bit to find officially, but has got ability, but we just haven't seen too much positivity of late, so it's difficult to get carried away. We'll just follow some of the others out over the far side, spin round, and I'll take you out this way just to pick up some of the others over the far side. We'll start with number 3, who's out of line in the distance. That horse is Dubawi Devil for Jose de Silva. Was with Musabra Al-Meri, now with Mesa Al-Suwaidi. No official rating as yet, hasn't shown much on a few different starts. We'll hope the turf brings out some improvement. Arabic Song is number 15, who's the son of Blue Point, the star sprinter. Gabriel Malune rides for Saïd bin Saror. Hood on, looks nice and relaxed. On pedigree, must have a little bit of a chance, but obviously we haven't seen him yet. So it's a pretty open maiden over 1200 on the turf. Number
So we head into the mounting yard here for race number 1. Race number 2, I should say. Race 1 for the thoroughbreds. And the first horse we have a look at is Al Ajdal, the 4-year-old colt by Candy Ride. Doug Watson and Patrick Dobbs combine here with the 62 kilograms. Coming into this after a debut on the 10th of November 2023. Was beaten a distance by Mestri on that occasion over the 1200. It drops back to a sprint trip here for the 2nd career run. We'll rip through these nice and quickly. Al Abed is the 2 here. Musaba Al-Maheri and Connor Beasley combined here. Last seen at the races at Meydan behind Mr. Carfu. That form line should hold up. And he draws a middle alley here from gate number 9. Number 4 is Garleb, who has his turf debut after 3 starts on the home track on the dirt. Has been working towards a win, and breeding suggests he will appreciate the switch over to grass here. Tom Marquand rides for Michael Costa. Move to the 5 now in Ironside, who draws 16 of 16. Straight races so far this season have said this could prove to be a sticky gate. Musab Al-Maheri does the training here. Sandra Piver rides once again in these colours. We saw come to victory last meeting with changing colours. The 6-year-old gelding looks to break his maiden tag here at start 15. Number 3, Dubawi Devil. He's a 4-year-old gelding by Dubawi for Maitha Al-Suwaidi, formerly with Musab Al-Maheri. Jose de Silva does the riding here. He was beaten a distance by Never Show Weakness. Was a strong race, but this does look just as deep hopefully he's able to make his impression felt, dropping back to a sprint trip, which could be more suitable for him at this stage. Six is Mijbil for Pat Cosgrave and Bhupat Seema. He makes his debut here for Mr. Ali Haddad, the 4-year-old gelding by Shamadal. He's drawn to the near side in 13. Number 8 is Smart System. Case Albacete claims 2.5 here off the 62 for Akbar Ashur. He was last seen at Jebel Ali in his 3rd run for the season. He ran 3 times in December. He picks up his 4th up run here and his 1st for the new year. He draws the ace, which could be a plus when it comes to draws. He would need to improve on his form so far. 9 is Special Cigar, the 5-year-old entire by Postponed for Rashid Borsley. He was down the track at Abu Dhabi only the other week, but in the new year he was okay up the straight at Jebel Ali. This is his 2nd run on the grass here, but he drops back to a sprint trip here after contesting the mile last run. 10 is State Event. He's down the track in a maiden at Abu Dhabi last start. This looks tougher. .11 is Condor Passer. You should appreciate the switch back over onto the turf here after having the 3 runs so far at Jebel Ali, all at sprint trips. And he has caught the eye a couple of times, much like other runner earlier on in Garleb. You should appreciate the grass, certainly bred to go better on this surface. 12 is Home From Home, 4-year-old filly by Galileo Gold. Draws 14, so we'll need to potentially be making her way down the centre part of the course for Ismail Mohammed. Mikhail Barcelona in the saddle here for this run. 7 is Sadiq, who we see return to the races for the first time this season. Last seen at Meydan over the 1,400 metres and hasn't been down the straight so far. 2 turf runs to date, yet to figure, but starts off the campaign here in the new year of the season. 13 is Shandagar, the international who comes here with some nice form from Ireland. Was in racing enlisted and Group 3 company the last couple of starts, including a 1.75 length loss, running 3rd in Group 3 at the Curragh only 2 starts ago. Sam Hitchcott rides for Doug Watson. 14, Primus Summer for Andrew Slattery and Bhupat Seema for Michael Hillary and Niga Burke. 3 starts for a 3rd. That was on debut. Has not been seen in the last couple of starts. Best result was 13.25 lengths. Beaten a distance last start. Bred to go well down the straight. Here is this 3-year-old filly by Blue Point for Syed bin Saror and Godolphin. Arabic Song gets Gabriel Maloon on the debut and draws gate number 10. Last but not least, 16, Awesome Spirit Gal for Oscar Chavez and Doug Watson, who has 3 in the race. This one for Mr. Charles E. Fipke, who's had the 2 runs in Ireland and makes the Dubai debut this evening. Runners heading out to the gates here for race number 2. It is a maiden worth 165,000 dirham, 99,000 dirham to the winner. And it is our straight race for the evening.
All right, it's best turned out time. And it's gone to horse number 14. Now that is Prima Summer. Well done to Mohammed Azhar, who's leading the horse around a few moments ago. And now, as if by magic, he's right in front of us. He moves fast. Thanks to Iftikhar Hussain for presenting the award on behalf of Zabil Feed. 650 dirham to Mohammed, the winning groom of Prima Summer. Best turned out for race 2. Right, there they are on their way down over towards the near side rail. They're over to your left, heading down to the 1200 metre start. Bit of a mixed bag, ability-wise in here. Got the top-rated horse, who is Chandigarh, who's rated 99, who is persevering on the turf here. That's unsurprising, given he's a son of Churchill. There's Oscar Chavez on board. Awesome Spirit Gal, trained by another one for Doug Watson in there, with Charles Fitke colours. Colours which have seen a lot of success out here over the years. They'd be welcome again. There's a son of Invincible Spirit, daughter I should say of Invincible Spirit, one of the 3-year-olds in the field. And was, like the other Doug Watson horse in here, or one of the other ones, Chandigarh, previously trained in Ireland and now having a go out here. Oscar Chavez with his feet out the irons. Just a bit on the draw, obviously the rail's not out too much. It has paid in the past. I've said this plenty, that you come up the near side, which is to the left of shot, but that hasn't really been the case this season. I think, you know, you just follow the pace now with the rail out as it is, but not a huge amount. You're not going to get over the near side, and it hasn't seemed to have been an advantage. So it's just a nice wide track to explore, but you're just going to go where the pace is rather than make a beeline for the near side rail. So Chandigarh out of 5 is fine, also Spirit Girl out of 6, no problem. Those that are drawn higher, the likes of Al-Ajdal and Ironside, Home from Home. That's not going to be ideal, I don't think. And they'll probably be all looking to come over towards the far side, or middle to far side anyway. There is Al-Abed with Connor Beasley on board. The Musabram Mary, who's riding for Nasser Asker. Nasser with a great team of horses out here once again this season. Huge supporter of racing out here. We always wish Nasser all the best. He's had Carnival winners already this season. This horse is rated 76, needs to improve on what we've seen to date, but it could be that switching back to the turf is just what Al-Abed wants. There's the Godolphin horse just to the right. Interesting Arabic Song, being a Blue Point, the champion sprinter, one of the few horses to do the Ascot double a few years back, going from a sprint win on the first day to a sprint win on the last day there. From the King's Stand to what I think was the Diamond Jubilee when he won it. And Arabic Song will be hoping to continue the good form of Blue Point as a sire, produced plenty of nice sprinters early in that season for him, or early in his career for him. Gabriel Malune rides for Saeed bin Sarur. And will come out of 10. Hard to know where the pace is, with not a great deal of form on offer to go on. Chandigarh has shown form in the past. I thought was the most likely winner, rated 99. Obviously has shown a good bit of ability, but others with you know, decent ratings coming here, the likes of Condor Passa, who I did think was interesting out of 3. You know, there might be slightly better turf horses in the field. The horse has shown enough on dirt to make me think that it was worth persevering with on that. Garleb's obviously got a good bit of ability. The first ride tonight for Tom Marquand, who we spoke to before racing, switching to the turf should really suit that horse. There going forward is Special Cigar into stall number 2, who's one of a few postpones lining up tonight. Sons and daughters are postponed. Condor Passa goes forward. Loading process well underway. and binoculars at the ready, I'm sure, for Pat Comerford.
Thank you, Tom. Loading up here at the 1200 metres, and these runners are coming up nice and quickly. Awesome Spirit Girl making her way up into the stalls here with only about 6 or so to go. Here's Al Ajdal, the 62 kilos. It's a weight that'll be carried by a few here this evening. We've got Smart System claiming 2.5 with Case Albacete booked, but the rest of them senior riders. So the full 62 in effect. Home from Home loads away. Garleb to come up into the middle alley. Here is Mijbil. Patrick Cosgrave, the winner last night, taking out the thoroughbred race at Abu Dhabi. Sadiq coming up into line. He was one of the last ones down Ironside. He makes his way up into line here for Sandro Paiva. 1,200 metres ahead of them. Down the straight here at Meydan, set to run. Racing. Smart System was away fast on the inside. Condor Passer broke well. Chandigarh the same, and Dabawi Devil will track them with Special Cigar. Reading to the centre of the course, it is up on the centre part, Al Abed working along with State Event. Then came Awesome Spirit Girl, Garleb, Prima Summer. Home from Home, back to Mijbil, Al Ajdal and Arabic Song on the far side group. And up to the inside, Ironside makes his way over with Sadiq over onto the near side part of the course. Advantage to the far side though, where most of the runners are. It is Chandigarh who takes over the lead here for Sam Hitchcott as they make their way onto the course proper. Al Abed was next, reading over to the furthest part of the course here. Smart System being shaken along here. Condor Passer working through along with Home from Home. Dabawi Devil, Garleb getting warm now. Chandigarh still with a back break of about 2.5 lengths here from Al Abed. Near side part of the horses down the near side part of the course are nowhere to be seen. It is Chandigarh from Al Abed, who's now pouncing here in the centre, and Al Abed gets the measure here of Chandigarh. Condor Passer running on into a minor placing, but it is all Al Abed. Al Abed a half. Beats Home, Chandigarh, Condor Passer third, Garleb fourth, and maybe Awesome Spirit Girl was fifth, followed by Al Ajdal. Then came Special Cigar, State Event, Arabic Song, reading back to Sadiq, who was best of the near side horses, followed by Home from Home, Ironside, Mijbil. Then came the last two to cross over there. In second last and last were Prima Summer along with Smart System, but Al Abed gets his win here this evening. Breaking the maiden tag, Connor Beasley for Masaba Al Maheri with the 62 kilograms. Gets the measure here of a very brave Chandigarh, who has impressed here with a runner-up run in his Dubai debut. And Condor Passer has certainly appreciated the switch over to grass. Al Abed gets the win here in race 2, number 1 in the frame.
Well, pick it up round about the, well, not quite the halfway point, 4 out here, and you can see that Chandigarh's in the lead. He's being ridden along, and ultimately he's just been out in front, and something's come to pick him up, Chandigarh, in the form of Al Abed, who's tracked him a little bit more. I mean, the horse was travelling well, Chandigarh, and he hit the front, and Sam said go, and he's unfortunately just been picked up late on a horse who has got form over a little bit further. He's run really well, but Al Abed, given how the race panned out, was probably in a good position just to pick him off in the end. And over to the left of shot, you see again this. I get why they've explored the stand-side rail, but I think the game's up there, I'm afraid, and obviously some sort of changes to the track this season, and it seems you want to be middle to far side. I'm sure if all the pace was over the stand side, it'd be different, but it never is, given where the track is positioned. So you've either got to come over there if it is an advantage, or stay where you are. And I just think staying where you are is the best option. Chandigarh, I think, has run really well, having been out in front a long way, and Al Abed is the horse who eventually has just picked him up and was under the pump here. He has found, to be fair, and you know he's had to sort of go to his reserves. And the second has just run out of puff a little bit late on. Condor Passer has run okay over towards that far side, helped by where he was berthed. Garleb just never really picked up. I think he was probably a bit found out for toe on the grass over this distance. Maybe he does want a little bit further in the end. And Al Abed has, I think he's won quite comfortably. in the end, rated 76. So still had the best part of, well, it's still had a bit to find with Shandigar. But it's been produced at the right time for Connor Beasley, Musabra Almeri and Nasir Asker.
Unofficial numbers for the We1 presented by DP World over the 1200 metres, 2:13, 11 and 4. 2:13, 11, 4. Winner's time 109.94. Margins 3/4 by a head, 2:13, 11 and 4. Race 2.
Love you. مبروك مبروك عم ابو سعيد. مبروك. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. ये बतमा भाई बहुत अच्छा है. Thank you. हाँ सही. Every time he's looking left, right.
Welcome back, the second winner of the night then, horse number 2 in the colours of Nasir Asker. Connor Beasley wearing them, it's Al Ahmed.
Excuse me, buddy. Excuse me. Yeah, come in. Yeah, yeah.
Thanks, mate. Right, grab where with Connor off the back of that success. Horse ran well in the opener as well. But Connor, well done. Al Ahmed on the score sheet tonight. It looked pretty straightforward.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, he had obviously the form coming into the race, so just kept it nice and simple. To be fair, got a good toe into the race and probably hit the front a little bit too soon more than anything. But just wanted to keep him rolling. But he thought he did enough when he got there, so hopefully there'll be plenty more left in him.
1200 on the turf seemed ideal. Obviously, he's got stamina for the trip as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, obviously he's been up the hill there a few times at Jebel Ali, so you know, I knew he had plenty of stamina on his side. So you know, just wanted to keep it nice and simple and try and get the job done, which he did.
Midpoint of the season, sort of how's it all going? It feels looking on as though the horses are running pretty well all in all. Probably a few too many places ultimately.
Yeah, that's it. Always hitting the crossbar. Them seconds are getting in the way. But listen, at least they're running well, and no, the winners keep rolling away. So long way continues.
Cheers, Conor. Well done.
Thank you.
Thanks. Time for the second presentation of the night. It's for race number 2, the We1 Meydan, presented by DP World. And heading to the stage to present this award, please welcome Mr. Ayub Al-Mullah, the Chief Operating Officer at We1. Our thanks to Mr. Al-Mullah for presenting this award to winning connections of Al-Abed. And I said before the race, always great to have a Nasser Asker horse running here and indeed winning here. And accompanying Nasser to the stage, please welcome this group of Miriam Hawazin Asker, Nasser Asker, and also the winning trainer, Mr. Musaba Al-Meri. You know what time it is. It's the first of tonight's Faces at the Races. Lots of people enjoying some fine dining in this great stand at Meydan, and one of you could pay for, well, part of your meal. Just part of 500 dirham to the first winning face tonight. You can head to the rewards centre, the main concourse, to collect your prize. Give it the baby! No, I don't know if we can. There might be an age limit. 500 dirham to you, madam. A great choice, the perfect smile, and the first winner of tonight's Faces at the Races. Head to the rewards centre at Concourse B for your prize. Spend it tonight, stick it in a trust fund. It's up to you. Enjoy. Right, grams have been faded and we're in the saddling area. Turn around to our left and we'll pick out horse number 2. That's Al Moreb. Look how well Al Moreb is turned out. Look at those quarter marks with the hearts on. That's lovely. I mean, listen, I don't want to preempt who's going to win best turned out, but Al Moreb must have a proper chance. Al Moreb has got the hood on, who is 3 from 18 on the dirt, and which is largely very consistent, this son of Ravens Pass. Jim Crowley on board, taking over from Bernardo Pinheiro. Wouldn't be a surprise. I mean, very capable off 86, but is 10 and probably a bit vulnerable to an improver. But it looks really well, this horse. And beautifully turned out as well. Number 3 is behind. That's Tarkid, one of a couple in the race in the Sheikh Ahmed colours. Jonathan Castano Mateus rides Tarkid, who's shown a good bit of pace in the past, notably a couple of starts ago when making all here over the 1200. We'll try and do the same. Scope Dirty last time, I think this was the horse that Scope Dirty, just all in a bit disappointing. But I think it's better than that. Light framed horse in comparison to number 4 behind, an absolute tank of a horse, son of Exceed and Excel, and looks it. Dionysian, Tiger Shea rides for Bupat Simar. I can see the case for this horse. I think the surface will be fine. Exceed and Excels do very well on this surface. 107 days off the track. I can imagine he's not the easiest horse to get fit. We'll walk out with him. You see he's got just under his saddle cloth, he's got a sarcoid, which is absolutely fine. It's just nearly took number 5 with us there. He didn't want to go out. Anyway, Dionysian looks really well. Number 5 behind is Jewel Genie Lamp just heading out. Who else can we pick up? Let's follow number 7 out. That's Mr. Cafu, the nearly white now son of Frosted. And this horse was a winner from Nayar last time. That was 2 weeks ago. I don't know how strong that form is, per se. Nayar came out last week and ran okay, went second. I don't think it's form to go crazy about. Over the far side, let's finish up with Al Hadir. Andy Slattery rides for John Hyde. Number 10, he's got a visor on, red visor, and again, he'd been running consistently on the dirt, but just it's been a while since the horse recorded that second of his successes on the dirt. They're in the tunnel.
Welcome to the parade ring for race number 3. A smaller field, but plenty of quality amongst the lot. As we head to our first horse here for the 3rd event, that is Al Moreb for Musaba Al Maheri. And Jim Crowley does the riding here for Shadwell on this 10-year-old gelding by Ravens Pass. Comes into this event off a high enough rating, 86 coming into this. He shares his equal second highest rated in the race. Hopefully we can see him racing well here. Last seen on the 18th of November at Jebel Ali over the 1400 metres. He makes his way over here to the grass once again. His first run at Meydan for the season, and he is 3rd up for the campaign. Number 3 is Tarkid. He'll spot the black distinguishing cap here in this upcoming race, being partnered by Jonathan Mateus, and he rides for His Highness Sheikh Ahmed, who has 2 runners in the race here. Tarkid, he comes out of the Meydan 75 to 95 on the 22nd of December. He was down the track on that occasion, and he runs over the same track and distance, and he drops slightly in class here after contesting a 75 to 95 last start. But would need to improve on that last run. Number 1 is the stablemate Mojaya, 4-year-old gelding by Profitable, who was a Jebel Ali Dirt winner over the 1200 metres on his first ever run in town. Tom Marquand jumps on board here, placing Jonathan Mateos there after that 4 1/4 length win. And he was there beating home Atlantic Sky on the home track in a 0 to 90. Heads the other way here and also heads around a bend in Dubai for the first time. It looks definitely one of the horses to beat in the event. Number 4 is Dionysian for Bhupat Seema, Tygo Shea, and Swapnadip Roy. He is a 10-start, 2-time winner with 2 minor placings, and he makes his debut here this evening. He's had the runs on all-weather and turf, but this is his first ever run on the dirt. Last seen at Kempton Park on the all-weather, being beaten a short head there back on the 4th of October last year. Number 5 is Jewel Genie Lamp for Jose Santiago, for Omar Durag, and Maddox Racing and the My Racing Syndicate. 6-time starts with a win and a second, but yet to figure so far in 2024. He was only seen last time at the end of February in 2023, so he makes his season debut here in the UAE after almost 11 months off the scene. Well, the big question mark is, will Many a Star take to the dirt well here? He comes over here as a Goodwood winner on the turf. He was drawn a little awkwardly, I could say very awkwardly, in his first up run here in Dubai down the straight over 1,000 metres. He has drawn 1, so the interesting question is, where will he find himself situated in the field during the race? The 7-year-old gelding. Ardri de Vries stays on board here for Jamie Osborne, riding for Jim and Claire Limited and partner. There's the bell for riders to climb aboard. Mr. Carfu goes from Meydan to a 70 to 90 handicap here after beating home Naya, who ran very well there the following start in a similar sort of race, but was matching it with them in handicap company before that maiden victory. 5-year-old son of Frosted will take plenty of confidence there from that victory for Ahmed bin Hamash, Mr. Sultan Ali and Connor Beasley to do the riding, looking for a race-to-race double. Number 9, Miller's House for Richard Mullen, already with the win tonight for Rashid Borsley, the Borsley Racing Syndicate. He's had 18 starts for a win and 5 minors, and he was beaten 5.5 last time to the races at Jebel Ali. He has his first run at Meydan. He was coming off a bit of a break there from that first up run, so I'm sure second up he's going to be fitter for that experience. We do lose the 8 Ribby. He comes out of the race. We are still left with 2 Shadwell runners though. John Hyde saddles up Al Hadir, and Andrew Slattery will ride in the red distinguishing cap here. Would need to improve on that last run down the straight at Sharjah. Beaten 3.75 lengths in behind Hayu Alalam. Draws a middle alley here and heads back to Meydan here, where we saw him at the back of the New Year period. He was down the track on that occasion in behind Tarkeed, and that was a weaker race than this, so would need to certainly improve on his recent form to be in the finish. So our runners here for the race, the 3rd event, the National Industries Park, presented by DP World, over the 1,200 metres. Race number 3 on the program, racing for 190,000 dirham.
Michael Costa joins me before this race. Got a couple of runners here. Thanks for joining us. Meydan, I suppose, would be one who has relatively obvious claims coming into this.
Yeah, he won well last start at home, and we brought him over here for the first time last week to give him a spin around the dirt, and he loved it. So it's always encouraging when they work around here so strong. So we've got Tom on. It's a bit unlucky for Ben to sit on the sidelines tonight, but a nice replacement, and if he gets the right run in the race, the way he handled the dirt and track work, I think he'll be right in the mix.
Have you found that some horses, handle it up the hill at home on that surface, although they're both dirt surfaces, this is just a bit different for some of them? Have you found that, or largely if they handle Jebel Ali, they're fine here?
No, it's definitely horses for courses, and you just got to treat every horse as an individual, and they'll might handle home, they might handle here, but not face the kickback. So there's plenty of variables to take into account. So you just turn the horses the best way out you can, and that's all you can do.
Takeed was good a couple of starts ago. Last time, did he have a poor scope last time, or just not quite right?
No, he just got caught in the mix of it. He was a little bit slow away, and he was just stuck in the middle of the field and never quite got into it. So he's a horse that wants a little bit to go his way. So if he can begin well and be up there positive, he can bounce back.
Ahead of the Cocoa Beach, just wanted to ask you about Lafferty, who was obviously really good on debut, and then it didn't go to plan at all last time.
Yeah, we were just scratching our heads a little bit with the run, but I'm much happier with the way she's going in this run. I think she just got a little bit of fright in the field. She's her first run, her first trial, she was always sort of in front, and there was nothing bothering her. So I think it was just a bit of a race experience. And if she runs up to her work last week, I think she will see the best of her.
Really appreciate your time again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Thanks. Thanks to Zabil Feed for their support of the Best 10 Out Award. This is the third of them, and 650 dirham here has gone to Goose Pasha Mohammed. Well done to him, leading this horse around a few moments ago. That is Takeed. And thanks to Iftikhar Hussain presenting the award. He's perfected that handshake. Thank you to him, and well done to the winning groom, Goose Pasha Mohammed, the groom of Takeed. Best 10 out horse then, Takeed. 650 dirham to each winning groom. And there is Takeed. As Michael was saying, just needs something to go his way. It needs it to go his way, really. And it did a couple of starts ago. And then Mikhail Barcelona on board last time. I thought that would go his way, but it didn't. And perhaps he just sulked a bit. He was in amongst it early, and it didn't really suit. I do think he's better than that. But Moyer's the obvious one. And there you can see him. He won nicely last time on debut. He's a son of Profitable, who should be able to get out here out of 7. I guess the most important thing is probably no kickback. You know, on a horse like this who hasn't raced here before, drawn 7 in this, what now, 9 runner field. I think just, you know, if Tom Marquand can get him out, if you want this horse to win, get him out, even if he's 2 or 3 wide, just keep him out of that kickback, I think will be ideal. I was impressed physically with Dionysian, not necessarily for today, but he's pretty impressive physical specimen. Just imagine he's the sort of horse that takes a bit of running and riding. He looks well, to be fair. He's got an impressive back end on him. He's an Exceed and Excel, but you know they often handle the dirt. Exceed and Excels. They've got a good history here, and I think Dionysian will be absolutely fine. I was interested in him on paper, and now having seen him, I quite like him. Number 7 is Mr. Cafu, who is a previous course and distance winner. 1200, you have a little bit of time to sort yourself out. You can see the horses, unless obviously the screen's in the way, but if you're where you look out from the paddock over to the right of the screen, that's where they all are. So you can see you have, you know, not too long to get in position, long enough, but you've got to sort yourself out relatively quickly. It's not a trip where it's easy to win from a wide draw, because you can just be stuck a bit wide. But it's not a massive field here. Al Moreb, consistent son of Ravens Pass, as I've said. Jim Crowley rides. Musabra Almeri looking for a quick fire double. He's got stamina for the distance. I think he'll probably he'll come out of 6 and want to be produced with a finish. He's fine on the surface, he just might lack a bit of toe for it. And this is who Pat fancies, Many a Star. It would be inspired, I think, as a selection where this horse to go and score as a son of Star Spangled Banner. He's got a chance of handling the dirt. He's got speed as well. He's got the right man on board, Nadji de Vries. He just needs to hit the lids and get out, and then he'll have a sniff. Loading process is well underway. We'll head up and join Pat.
Thank you very much there, Tom. Yeah, bravery, I think, tipping Many a Star, but didn't get his opportunity from that wide draw, and we saw the straight in play there in the last race as well. 2 horses that went to that near side part of the course. Just not getting any advantage there whatsoever. Quite the reverse to what we saw on the back end of the season here in Dubai, with many of them making their way to that near side rail. He did have to cover quite a bit of ground to get over to the rest of the field. He does handle the dirt tonight. Could be in with a snip. He just, as you said, needs to get out and rolling nice and early. Mojaya being a little bit hesitant here, now making his way forward. He's a clear horse to beat in this race, going off what we've seen form-wise. He has been well found, though, on the international market. Mr. Carfu steps back up here amongst proven company once again with that maiden tag underway after breaking that last start. And Naya ran very well the following start, so we could see an okay performance from him. Al Hadir, the red distinguishing cap, would need to be good. Majaya just a little bit fractious there in the stalls, but settles now, and his stablemate Tarkeed will come up to complete the line here for race number 3 on the program. And we are set to go, and we are racing in the National Industries Park by DP World. Mr. Carfu broke fast. Tarkeed was pressing forward in the early stages. Mojaya, Jewel Genie Lamp is also going to find himself in the first few, and Many a Star is going to boot through from that inside and head up to a narrow lead. Then came Al Hadir, followed by Mojaya, who's now dropped back and spots the lead 5. He's running 5th at this point in time. Then came next in the field Dionysian, followed there by Alma Reb, and the last one there was Miller's House. So Many a Star leading by a long neck. Tarkeed, the outside, keeps him very honest. 4 lengths, Mr. Carfu. Mojaya starts to improve through the field, but shaken along vigorously by Tom Marquand. Then came Al Hadir, Dionysian, followed by Alma Reb, Miller's House, and out the back now, Jewel Genie Lamp. Many a Star continuing to kick, though. Will he be starting to labour here? That's the question. Here come the horses with the dirt for Mojaya. Mr. Carfu pouncing here late. Mojaya and Mr. Carfu go to battle. Mr. Carfu getting the better of Mojaya here in the final stages. Mr. Carfu, after breaking the maiden last start, he goes 2 for 2. Mr. Carfu continuing on the picket fence. Beats Mojaya
who ran on very, very well there in the late stages. Then came Dionysian, Maniastar knocked up late from Almareb, Tarkid. Next across was El Hadir, Miller's House second to last, and the last one home was Jewel, Jeannie Lamp. Well, that was a confidence booster and a half last start, wasn't it? Dropping back to non-winners company, beating home Nayar. Very similar race as well. Had to go to battle with a horse who was up against him the entire way down the straight. Mojaya presented there in the final stages. Did have to do a fair bit of work there as they were making their way down the side part of the course, approaching the straight. Maybe that was the difference. Mr. Carfu was able to sit about 3 or 4 lengths off the speed and rolled into it nicely. Connor Beasley picks up his second for the night here, a race-to-race double for our leading rider here in Dubai so far for the season.
Yeah, Mr. Cafu has won. He's tracked the pace. Connor Beasley didn't panic where he was. It was set by many a star. Adjuravis, who out of 1 did absolutely the right thing. The horse has run well. Also getting a good start was Takid out of stall number 4. But Connor Beasley's ride, I think, has won the day because he's got the horse out of 9 into pole position off the pace. He was never really going to get bang on the speed, but he's got the inside spot off the pace, if you like, just outside those front 2, and that was probably the difference. He's going the shorter way round. It meant that he didn't have kickbacks. He was travelling quite nicely. You can see, and in doing so, he's ended up pushing Moijer, the eventual second, wider than ideal, and he's had to do a bit more work early, has Moijer, from his stall in 7 to then keep tabs on them and try and hold his position. So I think, you know, Mr. Cafu and Connor Beasley have got that spot on out of stall number 9 to get that position off the pace, which is probably where you wanted to be and to stay on and score. I think he's won quite nicely. I questioned the level of form last time. Naya came out and was beaten subsequently, but his horse on the up is this son of Frosted, Mr. Cafu. Connor Beasley was talking about, you know, he has had a lot of places this season, but the winners have kept on rolling, and there's another one for them. Up the inside there was Dionysian. He's ended up finishing 3rd. I think that's pretty promising over a trip short of his best. He could be interesting going forward, Dionysian. I want, you know, there's every chance he'll come on for that run looking at him physically, and 1200 is just sharp for him. So I think if he's up to 1400, I'd be half interested in him, in the colours of Swapnadip Roy. Bhupat Sima will no doubt get the best out of him. But Mr. Cafu is in the winner's enclosure once again, as is that man, Connor Beasley.
Numbers here for the National Industries Park presented by DP World over the 1200 metres. 7, 1, 4 and 6. 7, 1, 4 and 6. Mr. Carfu, our unofficial winner here in a time of 1:12.44. Margins a length and 3/4 by a length and a quarter. 7, 1, 4 and 6 our numbers for race 3.
What I like when we start to go, one coming, come to you to challenge you, and he go again. You know, he never. Stop. Come. Christoph Connor. Come here. Go.
Whistles for Connor Beasley as he enters the winner's enclosure. Well done to the winning trainer of the winner, Amr bin Hamash. And back into the winner's enclosure, the grey son of Frosted, Mr. Cafu. Connor Beasley just weighing in for the second time tonight successfully with Mr. Cafu, who has gone on to score again here. And quick fire double for you, Connor. Well done. It's he's a horse on the up.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, he's a great little horse, to be honest. He's tough as old boots, and you know, they were going to go gallop there today, and just got him in a nice rhythm. But I just like the way when I, you know, got a bit of battle there up the straight. He really stuck his neck out and dug deep for me, and you know, I felt like I had plenty enough towards the line. So no, it was great.
It seemed like you took the decision just to sit. You know, the two in front were started going at it, but it looked as though you were happy to just wait. And you know, sometimes on the dirt, I guess you know you don't want to let them get away, but you felt your horse was travelling really well.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I just obviously didn't want to get him out of his comfort zone because I wouldn't obviously finish off. So I was happy enough there just to sit on him, let him take me around the bend, and once I straightened up, you know, he went about his job really nice.
Is he best over 1200?
Yeah, I think he's got plenty of speed. You know, obviously they're the races for him, so you know, he's doing nothing wrong at that trip. So might as well stick to it.
Yeah. Happy days, well done.
Brilliant, thanks.
And that is correct weight in the National Industries Park, presented by DP World over the 1200 metres. Numbers 7, 1, 4 and 6. Correct weight. Mr. Cafu, your winner.
All right, time for the third presentation of the night. Race number 3 was the National Industries Park, presented by DP World. And it went to Mr. Cafu making the presentation, and heading up there now is Mr. Abdullah Al-Jasmi, who is the head of National Industries Park. Thank you for presenting this award. Mr. Abdullah Al-Jasmi presenting to, on behalf of the winning owners with Mr. Cafu, Mr. Sultan Ali. Please welcome to the stage both Hamdan and Maktoum. Sultan Sabusi. Race number 4 is upon us. It's a handicap. We're back on the turf and we're over 1,900 metres. It's very quiet. It's nice and chilled out here. So let's start having a look at some of them. Who we're going to see best? Well, number 9's over there, right in front of us, just being saddled. And I'll tell you, this is when I get to the right page. It's Mustawa for Jim Crowley and Heather Main. Heather with a good team of horses out here. Good to see. I think a total of 4 that they have out here. And Mustawa, who is a son of Poet's Voice, got plenty of experience and has been running really well back in the UK. Ran well at Goodwood when last seen. That's probably on ground just a little bit easier than ideal. This track should be absolutely fine. As far as the distance goes, well, you know, has cut it at this distance before. Very capable over a mile as well. Not without a chance. And you know, great for the Heraldians and Heather Main to have this horse out here. Number 10. Let's just turn our attention to number 10. Is over there in the corner. It's been a bit of a cheeky chap. I don't think reared up, but just backed out. And I wonder if they're just going to send him into a box to just have the finishing touches. Just going into the naughty box. Just to, you know, have a word with yourself, laser guided. Just think about it. And we might be down late now, this horse. Obviously has, you know, good form coming into this, is a last time out winner. One of the likely ones, definitely. And there he is. You know, you can have a word with himself. Spin round to our left, and we'll pick up number 3. Who's Castle Bar at the front of this lot. Castle Bar for Helal Al-Alawi and Gabriel Maloun, who is having another go over this distance on the turf. Has won on the turf, hasn't won on the dirt, and basically switching back to the turf is going to be what this horse wants. It's relatively likely race for a 6-year-old, but it's not easy to see having a second start here. Number 2, who's walked right in front of us, Aeonian. Aeonian lining up for Musabra Mary, who's looking for a double tonight, back in trip from the last start here. That came on the turf. He's 1 from 8 on the turf. Did try the dirt, that didn't really work. He's a Ulysses, so that's unsurprising. Has been tried in much better company than this, but I think the mark still looks a little bit lofty potentially. I'll just jump forward one and pick up Franz Kafka while we get the chance to. More hearts on the back side on those quarter marks, but well turned out Franz Kafka. Safe Al Belushi rides for Umar bin Hamash. He burst onto the scene for the Crisfords a few years ago and looked a really good horse. I think he's just been a bit fragile. He's got bundles of ability, but it just hasn't really worked out for Franz Kafka, who did run pretty well here last time. That was in the race won by Local Dynasty. This is probably easier on paper, but he's just not quite the force of old, unfortunately for him. Return to Dubai is number 4, so we'll spin back a few horses. Pick up number 4, who has the red hood on. For Said bin Saror, Hector Crouch rides, this son of Ribchester, who was a multiple Group 1 winner over a mile. He'll come out of stall number 11. It's not ideal, but over this 1,900 metre turf start, you've got a long time down the back to sort yourself out. So it's not necessarily a bad thing. And Return to Dubai has had a few spins over this sort of distance. 2,000 metres really in the UK was his trip, and that included a win on the all-weather a few starts back. Hasn't won on the turf. It doesn't mean he won't, but concerns me slightly when horses have the best of their form on the all-weather back in the UK, whether they'll repeat it out here on the turf. Number 5 is Sari Dubai. Sari Dubai, I think, should have a lot in his favour really here. He'd be ridden off the pace. He's drawn 14. Both Pat and I are with Sari Dubai, and he's a son of Creative Cause who has won here before. He'll just tuck in and go for a run. The rail's only out 4, so that should be all right, as long as they get going early enough in the straight. He's not going to win loads because he does require a little bit of luck, but he ran 2 on the bounce last year, and the start last time should have put him spot on for this. Legend of Cannes is behind Fajr De Vries and Fauzi Nas, who is that's number 8, comes right in front of us, just keeping an eye on Gareth. Number 6, sorry, Legend of Cannes, son of Cairo Prince, who has won here before. I think he's better on the turf than the dirt, definitely. So I'm not surprised to keep him going on the turf. but he wasn't really sighted in the local Dynasty race. Prior to that, there was promise over 2,000 metres. This trip in 2,000 is absolutely fine on the turf. 7 is Kafaf for Michael Koska. Tom Marquand rides. Still relatively lightly raced out here. Has just had one go on the turf. Largely campaigned on the dirt, where he has won at Jebel Ali, but he's an older flug. I think the turf here is a better suggestion than the dirt, so I'm not surprised that they're doing that. Gareth is the horse behind, number 8. Gareth for Umar bin Hamash and Connor Beasley. Connor's looking for a quick fire treble. It could happen as well, as the horse has been on good form, but that has been on the dirt. He switches back to the turf here. He has won on the turf, but he might just on the turf want a little bit further than this. I think we've done all of them over here. Any more being saddled? Yeah, we have. In fact, they're going to walk out. So what we'll do is we'll just follow number 1 round here once more and get a final look at horse 1. And then when that horse heads out, we'll head out with him and then pick up some of the others over the far side in what is a nice and open contest. Not all of them are tonight, but this is one of those which is fairly open. As we're looking at Franz Kafka, I remember when he won here, I think it was the meeting before Super Saturday a few years ago, and my God, he was a real buzz horse, and then he got injured and he's just never really come back from it, but on the clock he was absolutely electric. Right, this horse is going out, so we'll take our leave with him, and hopefully nothing else decides to go around again and mow us down. I'm sure it won't. So I will head out with 2 as well, and 3, and then take us over towards the far side as they start to make their way out from over there. Not sure who we can get a good sight of over there. Number 9 is spinning around over towards the far side. Nice big field, get to use both sides of the saddling area here. Oh good, we've already done Mostawa. Number 11 behind is Flamingo Girl. Flamingo Girl for Sam Hitchcock and Dud Watson. It's a he. Why do you call it he, Flamingo Girl? Anyway, it is. Not sure he's worried about it, but that confused me. I think probably wants a little bit further than this, but well worth rolling the dice over this distance. It hasn't quite worked out yet so far. We have got number 14 to our left. Home Spin. Mikar Barcelona rides for Salim bin Gadaya. Wasn't beaten too far a couple of starts ago on the dirt, but has a decent turf record. Didn't quite work out last time, but that was a little while ago, so I mean it'd be a hell of a training performance off the back of over 1,000 days off. That's probably going to be the main thing against this horse. And we'll finish up with number 16, Waket for Sandra Paver and Musaba Al-Meri. Not easy to make a case for, but at least is in winning form, but switches to a handicap on the turf, so unknown company for Waket. That's a good look at most of them.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome into the parade ring here for race 4, the Dubai Trade, presented by DP World over the 1,900 metres. Let's head into our runners. Number 1, Franz Kafka, the 8-year-old gelding by Dubawi. Drawn a little sticky here in 15, the 2-time winner. Last seen at the races over 2,000 metres. He was 3rd, beaten 4.5 by local Dynasty. So the form pretty solid. Saif Al-Baluchi will do the riding. Number 2 is Aeonian, the 5-year-old gelding by Ulysses. Also drawing out on the track here, the 1-time winner. Comes through the same form line as Franz Kafka. 61.5 kilos here with Oscar Chavez riding for Musaba Al-Mahiri. Kalal Al-Alawi brings in Castle Bar for the National Stables here. Down the track, beaten a distance by Wessel at Jebel Ali. Comes to Meydan here for the first time. Gabriel Maluno does the riding here with 61.5. He draws the ace. Followed by the 4 in return to Dubai for Saeed bin Saror and Godolphin. Hector Crouch rides for the team there. Drawn in 11 here, 61.5 kilos. 6 starts for a win and 3 minors. He makes his Dubai debut. Here's Sari Dubai. Caught the eye there in behind Meydan Dubai last time out. Wide draw shouldn't be a concern. He'll go back to the end. Pat Dobbs does the riding here for Doug Watson and Mr. Syed Sultan Al Rahumi. 7 is Kafaf, 4-year-old gelding by Al Adler Flug. Michael Costa does the training and Tom Marquand does the riding here. He comes to a lane here. He's had the 3 runs so far for the season, all at the home track for 1 win, a 4th and a 5th. That win was at maiden grade, so needs to step up here this evening. 8 is Gareth. We've seen him racing at Sharjah and Jebel Ali so far this season, both for seconds, but he has been 4.5 and 6 lengths off the winner on both occasions at 0 to 75 grade. This looks a little bit of tougher, and he will have to step up here in his first run on the grass for the season. Here the main saddles up Mostawa for the Heraldians. Jim Crowley does the riding, 59 kilograms here, draws 6 in the middle of the field. One of the more experienced runners of the field, 46 starts for 5 wins and 12 minor placings. Last seen at Goodwood on the turf over a mile, running second there to Thunderball. 11 is Flamingo Girl for Sam Hitchcock. Doug Watson for Gary Alsop and partner. 7-year-old gelding by Soldier Hollow. He's drawn a little sticky as well, a 3-time winner, and we see him for the first time in season 23-24. Legend of Khan will head early to the gates for Ardra de Vries and Fauzi Nass, who trains and owns this runner here. He's had the 1 win, that was last season. Thought potentially that the change over to turf would improve him last time out, but he was down the track against Local Dynasty rather. We'll see how he improves here this evening. He drops in distance to 1900. Number 12 is One World, the son of See the Stars, Tygo Shea for Bupat Seema and Athbar Racing. 2 wins from 8 starts, 3 seconds. He comes out here after having numerous runs through the middle of last year. Last seen over in Europe. He was beaten a distance on that day. We'll see if he translates his form here, but yeah, big question marks around One World and where he'll be at for this run. We head to the 13, the South American Eye on the Prize. 4-year-old for Jose de Silva and Julio Olajuara. HHK Racing. Saw him on the 5th of January here at Meydan. He was beaten 17 lengths there and behind, never show weakness. Would need to improve. Same can be said for the 14 for Salam bin Gudaya and his Highness Sheikh Hamdan. From Macau, Barcelona here, home spin. Draws a good gate though this time around. Long time off the scene, last seen April 2021. It was here at Meydan, but has not been seen for a while here, the 7-year-old who makes his return. Law of Nature is the 15 for Masaba Al Maheri. 56.5 becomes 54 with Case Albaceti's claim. Rashid Al Shahi and Tawfiq Mohammed, 3-time winner from 17 starts. He's had the 3 runs so far this season, 2 at Jebel Ali, 1 at Elaine. So this is the 4th up run and first on grass for the season. 16 is Waket, another one we've seen frequent the track quite a bit. Broke his maiden last start at Jebel Ali. He heads across onto the grass and to Meydan for the season. Obviously seen these colours come to success earlier with Al Abid. Mr. Nasser Asker looking for a double here, and Sandro Paiva does the piloting here on Waket this evening. And last but not least, we head to the 10 in Laser Guided, who heads out onto the track here now, the son of Kingman. Got some nice form overseas. Pontefract form last start, Oshin Orr on board, winning there in a handicap over the mile. He steps up in distance here. That race was in July, so he is first up here, returning over the 1900 metres. William Buick jumps on board for Simon and Ed Crispin. William Buick having great success here, so confidence in the booking here with Laser Guided for race 4. Let's have a look at the runners as they make their way out onto the course here for race number 4 on the program. Looking forward to seeing who our best turned out is very shortly.
Ed Crisford looking for another Carnival winner. Had a good week last week. It joins me now and has Laser Guided here, who obviously comes here in winning form. What are you expecting tonight?
I think he should run a good race. He hasn't run since July, early July, where he won. He is stepping up to 1900. He has been running over the mile. We weren't quite sure about this sort of trip, but he comes in good form, and if he does stay, he should be very competitive.
Was it by design to sort of put him away for this, or did something give a setback? Or?
We actually tried to put him in the mile a couple of weeks back. He didn't get in, so we sort of slightly forced our hand to come here. And there is a couple of mile races down the line. So, but they're all competitive races, these. But as I said, he's really done well since he's been out here, and I think if he does sort of stay the trip fine, he should be very competitive.
We were watching him being saddled, and then you put him in the box behind closed doors. He was just, you can see him now, he looks absolutely fine, to be honest, but up there he was just getting a bit full of himself.
Yeah, no, he came off a few times. He was a little bit fresh. As I said, he hasn't run since July, so once we got him hidden away, he settled down, and no, he looks good there, so no, as long as he jumps out good, I think we'll run well.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thanks. Best turned out time, it's gone to Sari Dubai, it's powerful looking grey. It's got to Kushal Singh a few moments ago leading the horse around. Thanks to Kushal. And thanks to Iftikhar Ahmed, who is responsible for handing over the best turned out winning prize. That's a cheque for 650 dirham. Or it's, I don't know how it's presented in there. Might be cash, who knows? But either way, thanks to Zabil Feed. And well done to Kushal, and thanks to Iftikhar for presenting the award. Best turned out winner, Sari Dubai. So that's Laser Guided. We saw him being saddled. He went into the box behind closed doors, and as Ed said, he was fine. He is fresh, isn't he? That's it. He's just a bit fresh, but hasn't got particularly warm by the looks of things. It's an atmosphere here that takes a bit of getting used to, and they do try it, but they tend to try it during the day. I don't think they get a chance to paddock school at night under the lights like this, from what I understand. It's just obviously a very different ball game for some of the horses under the lights, and not every horse handles it perfectly. Doesn't mean they won't win. He's just got a little bit fresh, and he's going forward into stall number 5. Sari Dubai is the choice of Pat and I. We described earlier how this was an easier night than last week. We haven't found a winner yet. There we are. He come out of 14. He'll tuck in under Pat Dobbs and hope that they go hard enough, I think, because he wants to test at this trip, and mainly how he'll be ridden. He wants to come from off the pace. Just to let you know, Castle Bar runs in cheek pieces, not advertised in your race card. Castle Bar runs in cheek pieces with that tongue tie. This is Kafaf. Tom Marquand rides. He's pretty lightly raced on the turf. He's an Alder Flug. I think he'll be absolutely fine on it. Not a problem at Jebel Ali on that dirt, but this surface, a sort of truer dirt surface, if you like, that I think by and large you want to have something in your pedigree for. I think it makes sense to run him on the turf, and that's exactly what they are doing. So the shape of the race, Laser Guided comes here with winning form. As Ed was suggesting, the trip is a bit of an unknown. He has run over a little bit further in the past, for previous connections, but he's been doing his winning over a mile, largely in the UK. Sari Dubai, trip 5, he'll want probably a bit of a test at the trip to be produced at the right time, given how he will be produced. The rail's only out 4. If it's out further, it can be more of a struggle to come from off the pace, but this should be absolutely fine. Those are the principles. They're not the only ones with a chance. And if you're confused about Flamingo Girl, well, when they named her, Flamingo Girl was a girl. And then they found that there was something else under the bonnet with Flamingo Girl, who then became a boy. True story. Pat, all yours.
Thank you very much, Tom. That's interesting information there as well. Don't hear that very often, but interested to see how he goes here this evening. One World coming up into line here for Tygo Shea. Nice field shaping up here for this 1900-metre event. As Tom alluded to, both of us with Sari Dubai here. We will need a genuine clip. The question is who is going to provide it for him. You'd say something will roll forward here, but the sectionals will tell us. As Mostawa loads away, along with Waket. And the field looks set here at the 1900 metres, and we are set to gallop. Underway from the 1900, the Dubai Trade presented by DP World, and they broke to an even line. Now they start to segregate. Mostawa coming forward, along with Home Spin the inside. Gareth, Waket trying to work forward along with Eye on the Prize. Laser Guided tucks in behind them into about 6th placing from Kafaf, Franz Kafka. Legend of Khan fall back the inside, followed by Law of Nature, Aeonian, Castle Bar, Sari Dubai. Back to Return to Dubai, One World. The last one, Flamingo Girl, going at okay fractions as Mostawa leads them along the back section here. Out by 3 parts on Gareth. Back on the inside, Home Spin 3rd, and Waket deep at the moment. Forced to race 3 wide and without cover at this point. Laser Guided was next from Law of Nature, then came working back through the field. Now Eye on the Prize. He does have cover despite being wide. A length and a half to Kafaf from Castle Bar, Franz Kafka. Legend of Khan on that 3 wide train. Being tracked in turn there, deeper out on the track by Aeonian. Then came Return to Dubai. Sari Dubai 3rd to last from One World and Flamingo Girl. Just slightly detached from the rest of the field here, 2nd last and last. As they make their way down the side here in search of the 700 metres, and Mostawa comes back to them here a little bit. Gareth comes out to provide some pressure on the outside, now gets within a half length. Home Spin tracks the leader. Waket now being shaken along, Laser Guided. Eye on the Prize has been deep the trip. He's had a pretty tough run here. Law of Nature in behind. Kafaf, Franz Kafka's had some cover throughout. Aeonian next from Castle Bar, the inside, Return to Dubai. Sari Dubai trying to get going, but a few bums in front of him at the moment. One World and Flamingo Girl still last. Mostawa now claimed on the outside by Laser Guided. He's still giving the kick here, Mostawa. Out with the Home Spin. Franz Kafka down the outside. Sari Dubai can't get a run. Franz Kafka takes him now. Here's Kafaf starting to claim the 2nd horse here in Laser Guided. Franz Kafka. Laser Guided gives a kick, but Franz Kafka will get it. Franz Kafka a half length beats Laser Guided. Kafaf gave a sight there in the final 100. He'll run 3rd, followed by Return to Dubai, Law of Nature, Mostawa. Eye on the Prize. Then came Waket. Followed there by Sari Dubai, never got a run. One World followed from Aeonian, Castle Bar, Gareth. Then came Legend of Khan. Home Spin dropped the way with Flamingo Girl. Franz Kafka with the big weight. Gets the job done under Saif Al-Balushi for Ahmed bin Hamash. And is able to take the win here from gate number 15 as well. He was 3 wide the trip, but he was provided plenty of cover there from Eye on the Prize, who unfortunately had a pretty terrible run there in transit without cover, and it was just unfortunate due to that wide draw there from 9 and booting up. But Franz Kafka, despite being wide, got the best of it. He shut off in the run, and he came around and had to really claim them there. He was 6 or 7 wide turning, but had enough in the locker here, coming in off the highest rating here of 90 to claim the 4th event, the Dubai Trade, presented by DP World.
Yeah, that's a great result for Franz Kafka, who, as I said, he's got loads of ability, this horse. Produced down the wide outside with a lovely run. He looked like such a good horse a few seasons ago. He's had his setbacks, he's had his injuries, and he's now won this off a mark of 90, having run largely really consistently out here. He's been running well over 1,800, he's tried 2,000. 2,000 and 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 2 But I think the key to him is getting him in a rhythm down the wide outside. Obviously, Laser Guided's had a really good race. He's definitely stayed. Of course he has to go so close, but just not as well as the eventual winner. And you know, he was at this point just a little bit further ahead of the winner. They all got a bit tight late on, so there's a few to keep an eye on. Kafaf was a horse in a nice position in the all yellow. He's trying to find an out at this point. Laser Guided is in front. Tom Marquand goes for a gap that, I think there was a gap there, but it unfortunately then home spin even comes over to his left, and it just hampers Waquet, and then those two get pretty close late on as well. I could have seen that again as I was looking down at my programme for the main bump, because it does involve the winner and the second. So, and let's just have a closer look at this. Keep your eye on the side on, first of all, down the wide outside, with Franz Kafka making ground and Laser Guided under William Buick in the centre. And Saif Al-Balushi's got his stick in his right hand. He's trying to straighten his horse up at this point. That's why he puts his hands back on the reins. Tom Marquand, that's chance gone for him. And then it's just how big a bump there is towards the finish. Horses are making their way back in. I should probably get out the winner's enclosure. We might just have another look at the head-on again, and then Pat can confirm everything for us. What do you think, Pat? Bit of a schmozzle late on in that.
Very interesting, isn't it, Tom? Outside the winner, Franz Kafka, rider with the whip in the right hand, and you look at Laser Guided, William Buick's got the stick in the left. So the question mark is that there has been a gap there, and it's closed. But which horse is at fault? That's the question mark that we're going to have to find out. That's if they do throw something in here. But at the end of the day, Kafaf was making good ground and unfortunately shut off for a run there. So you'd say that there will be some questions asked, but we will have to wait and get that all official here. The Dubai Trade presented by DP World, numbers 1, 10, 7 and 4. Franz Kafka, the unofficial winner, 155.45, margins 3/4 by 1.
Well, welcome back into the winner's enclosure. Saif Al-Balushi, and back with his head in front, Franz Kafka. Saif Al-Balushi just weighing in after Franz Kafka's success in our most recent race. It was a bit bumpy late on, but it's quite a winning distance, so I wouldn't be too worried about anything changing. We'll see. Saif is with me now. Well done. I'm sure this is a very popular horse in the yard.
Yeah, thanks. Actually, it is a short surprise because last time he was with the high rating race, and this time his race, you know, he must win. But was bad gate. I tried to control him, give him between the horses and save him to last 100 meters. But probably a good horse, he will have more. Yeah.
From gate 15, as you say, it seemed like you wanted to just give him a chance in the straight to have one run down the outside.
Yeah, actually, was not too high base. Was perfect for him. He liked the action for races. He do well. Yeah.
Was he tiring late on? Obviously, there was a bit of a bump to your horse on the inside. Was he getting tired?
No, not too bad. It's okay. Yeah, it was okay.
Well done.
Thanks.
And correct weight has been given in race 4. Correct weight, numbers 1, 10, 7 and 4. 1, 10, 7, 4, Franz Kafka gets the win here for Saif Al-Balushi and Ahmed bin Hamash. Numbers 1, 10, 7, 4, winner's time 155.45, margins 3/4 by 1. Correct weight, race 4.
All right, presentation time for race number 4, now official. And it was the Dubai Trade Handicap presented by DP World. To make the presentation, making her way up to the stage is Miss Ebtisim Al-Kabi, the Vice President Sales at Jafza, and she'll be presenting 2 awards here. And please welcome to the stage once again, what a night for Hamdan and Maktoum Sultan Sabusi. Well, some people come for the racing and some people come to win Faces at the Races. This is our Faces at the Races number 2. Who's it going to be? That's a nice little wave, sir, but I need a bit more enthusiasm if you want to win anything than that little gesture. I want a bit more hands in the air to win 500 dirham. You need to head to the reward centre at Concourse B if you want. It's not chess at the races, but I like your style, but it might have won you. It might have won you the day. Horse tattoo on the neck. Give me a smile. You've won. That's it. 500 dirham. Simple as that. No idea what it says. We've not seen that before. But it's, oh my goodness me. Mikhail Barcelona, you, sir, have a big, big fan. Mikhail is here tonight. I'm not sure what the date commemorates. You've won a prize. And well done for that tattoo of M. Barcelona. A little bit frightening, but we love to see it. Tonight's second winner of Faces at the Races. My word.
So we're into the yard here for race number 5 on the program. The first horse we have a look at here in the 5th event, the Cocoa Beach Stakes, presented by Jebel Ali Port, is Frost at Dawn, 3-year-old filly by Froster. Jim Crowley for William Knight. Looks to be the leader of the race here. Second to Manama Gold. Those two cleared out last time out. And looks to be one of the main threats here to Manama Gold here again. Just will need to do a bit of work here to find the front from gate number 10. You'd say Hala Abra will certainly improve on last start's performance here in behind Manama Gold with that run under the belt here on the Meydan course. Comes up and meets a similar field here. Does head up in distance to the mile. Kibo Misaki is the 3 here. Salam bin Gadai, Macau Barcelona. For His Highness Sheikh Hamdan on debut here from gate number 3, the 3-year-old filly by Gervin. We move on now to our next horse, and that is number 4 here in Lafferty, looking to bounce back after last start. It was a forgive run up to the 1600 metres. Another one that could be a threat for the international market favourite in Manama Gold, the 3-year-old filly by Matol, who was very impressive on debut. Number 5 is Le Falcon Multi. Bupat Sema, the Falcon Racing Team LLC. Tygo Shea does the riding here, bred at Fonstown Stud. 3-year-old filly by Invincible Spirit. Steps out here for the first run. Lightning Paradise would need to improve at least 10 lengths to beat the stablemate here. She's a 3-year-old filly by Congrats, Lightning Paradise. Draws well. Comes into this here for her second career start. Manama Gold looks the horse to beat here, the 3-year-old filly by Star Guitar. She was very impressive on debut. Adri de Vries stays on board, looking to make it 2 on the bounce. Another debutant in the field here, number 8, Mizyan. Comes into this for Patrick Dobbs and Doug Watson. Sheikh Mohammed bin Khalifa Al Maktoum, the 3-year-old filly by Justify, gets gate 2 here for the first career run. Number 9, another one here for Sheikh Hamdan and Salam bin Gadai. Wearing the black distinguishing cap, the 3-year-old filly by Audible, Insensatiable. Royston French does the riding here on board this filly. Will need some luck from the wide gate, barrier number 9. And last but not least, making her way down the race here into the mounting yard late, is number 10, Wild Goddess, the 3-year-old filly by Camelot. question marks are surrounding whether she will take to the dirt well here in her first ever Dubai run. She's had the 4 runs so far for 2 wins, all on turf. Form is good on the grass before making her way here. And she does get a middle alley here for Charlie Appleby and William Buick, our final horse to have a look at here for race number 5. We race for 300,000 dirham here, and the winner gets the winner's purse of 180,000 dirham here in the Cocoa Beach Stakes, presented by Jebel Ali Port on tonight's night, thanks to DP World.
William Knight alongside me, who has Frost at Dawn here, who ran an absolute cracker first up out here. Did that surpass your expectations? Did you think she'd go well?
We always thought she was a nice filly back at home. When you come out here and you run on the dirt for the first time, you're never really quite sure, although her pedigree suggested she would go on it, and she'd won on the all-weather back in England. But yeah, look, I was delighted with that run, and you know, it's a similar sort of race again tonight, or we're going a furlong further. We're drawn wide, which I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing, to be totally honest with you. But she comes in really good form. I think she's come on for her run just before Christmas, and yeah, expect a big run from her.
Off the back of last time and the defeat to Manama Gold, I guess, how do you approach it to get ahead of her, let alone the rest of the field?
Well, you know, I did put her in a race last week to have a look at the entries with a view to sort of maybe avoiding Bahama Gold, or whatever her name is, Mahama Gold. But this was always going to be the plan, and originally to come for this mild conditions fillies race. And look, I hope that we've got some improvement in us. I can't talk for Fauzi's horse, so you know, hopefully we've improved enough to sort of be more competitive with her today.
She's going down there on the big screen there. I mean, she looks a nice moving filly. She looks pretty relaxed.
Yeah, she is. She's trained really well out here. She seems to, you know, trains on this dirt track every morning and moves off it really well. So yeah, she seems to have really settled into the routine out here.
You're a strong supporter of the Carnival and have been for a number of years. Have you had many, I feel like mainly turf horses you bring out, have you had many dirt runners?
This is my first dirt runner.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, so yeah, so you know, which, you know, when she was second here in December, it was no, I was delighted, and yeah, hopefully she runs well tonight.
Good luck. Thanks for your time.
Cheers.
Cheers. It's best turned out time. And Big Singh leading the horse around a few moments ago. And it's Manama Gold who's the best turned out winner. And it is our thanks to Zabil Feeds and to Ziad Hawat, who is presenting the award. Once again, welcome to Ziad tonight. Changeover presenters as ever at this point of the night. Different handshake styles, but neither better than the other. And Ziad is presenting the award of 650 dirham on behalf of Zabil Feed to the winning groom, Big Singh. So that was Manama Gold winning best turned out. And there she is. She was really good last time. There's a bit of buzz about her. So in that race, it was Michael Costa's filly Lafferty who'd come here off the back of a good win, and she was the filly with form. She went off atop the international market, but there was support for this filly, Manama Gold. Lafferty didn't run to ability, there's no doubt about that, because she was well beaten and not right on the day. Horses can put up a big performance on the dirt and then just go backwards a bit. Not saying that's in any way, shape or form going to happen to Manama Gold, but it's worth bearing in mind probably. But she's definitely the one to beat off the back of that performance. And she's pretty exciting. Cocoa Beach, who this race is named in honour, a few years back won the double out here of the Oaks and the Guineas. I think she was a Chilean bred filly and she was very capable. And then came out here for Saeed to win. This is horse number 10. This is Wild Goddess. Interesting move here to run her on the dirt. I think this daughter of Camelot. It's not obvious. She is rated 92, so not a lot to find with Manama Gold. Clearly plenty of ability, but I think the step up in triple suit, just don't know how she'll handle the dirt. Stall 5's not too bad. She wouldn't want to be anywhere lower, I wouldn't have thought, because otherwise she'd have a bit of dirt in her face. But yeah, we'll see. It wouldn't be a shock. It's just it's not an obvious one necessarily for the surface. And we'll just finish up with newcomer Meydan for Doug Watson in the colours of Sheikh Mohammed bin Khalifa Al Maktoum. Pat Dobbs rides this daughter of Justify. Meydan. Interesting, we haven't seen her yet, but Doug has plenty of quality fillies over the years in this sort of sphere, so you wouldn't want to underestimate her necessarily. Time for the call for the first of our Pattern Company races with Pat.
Thank you very much, Tom. Loading away nice and quickly here, and our fillies will be underway very shortly here. Cracking race this as well. And on paper you'd say our debutant winner in Manama Gold looks the horse to beat. As Hala Abra loads away, Meydan loads into her stall. Up comes the Salam bin Gadaya runners for Sheikh Hamdan. Sensational in the black cap, Kibo Masaki from Macau Barcelona in the standard colours. And that'll leave three runners, Frosted Dawn, Wild Goddess, and the white distinguishing cap here for Fauzinas, Lightning Paradise, about to make her way forward. They go 1,600 metres here on the dirt. 300,000 dirham, 180,000 to the winner in the Cocoa Beach Stakes, presented by Jebel Ali Port. As Lightning Paradise comes up into line, and the last one will be Wild Goddess. Set to run here. Light flashing away. Starter hits the lever. We are underway. Meydan has missed it. Sensational is going to go back in the field early as well. Manama Gold out fast. Lafferty uses the inside to press forward. Frosted Dawn was next, followed by Le Falcon Multi. The inside Kibo Masaki going up to track the leader here from Wild Goddess, Hala Abra, Lightning Paradise on the back of the first clump. Meydan about 5 lengths detached, and Sensational would be the best part of 25 lengths off the leader and not going with the gallop, where it is on for one and all. Frosted Dawn 3 wide, really setting sail for the lead here and keeping the pace very genuine. Manama Gold, Audrey de Vries opting to not let her cross unless she's going to really work to do so. Lafferty gets the inside advantage. Kibo Masaki spots the lead 4 in 4th position from Wild Goddess. Then came a length and a half back there, Lightning Paradise being scrubbed along with Hala Abra, Le Falcon Multi going back, being passed by Meydan, and Sensatiable still last. So the speed has been very good. Frosted Dawn's been doing it double time, but comes up to the outside of Lafferty. Manama Gold sits in third here as well, stalking these two leaders. Then came Kibo Masaki plugging away with Hala Abra already under the stick. Then came Lightning Paradise, followed there by Meydan. Best of the rest was Wild Goddess. Up on the outside, Manama Gold pounces. Manama Gold coming to the outside here of Lafferty. And in the late stages, Manama Gold is going to set sail here into the final furlong, drawing away here by 3 or 4 lengths, and has put this to bed. At the 16th pole, Manama Gold, as easy as you like. Manama Gold streets them. 7 lengths. Beats home Lafferty. Third across Kibo Masaki, just beats home Meydan, who made good ground late. Then came Sensatiable, followed by Lightning Paradise. Next came Frosted Dawn, who knocked up late. Le Falcon Multi was next, along with Wild Goddess and Hala Abra. That was painless viewing, if you've ever seen it. Manama Gold. The question mark was she going to back up that debut performance? And she has done it, and done it in spades. Streets them here in this 5th event, and claims the 180,000 dirham win pool. She continues her unbeaten streak here. A filly to follow in starts to come.
Well, there was a moment, I think, where Adri took back, and you maybe thought, oh, I don't know. And then it was before that, when he got her to the wide outside, she was fine, and she's picked up really nicely. Lafferty has run a much better race, proving that all was not well last time. And she's run a much better race. I think that Jim Crowley's done the right thing on his mount, and you know, keeping her up on the speed, giving her best chance of winning Frosted Dawn. But she was keen early, and she's definitely paid the price for that late on over this new trip. And she's finished pretty tired. But yeah, there was that moment where Adri did the right thing, and there was a hot pace. He was squeezed in the middle of 2 fillies, and I think he just thought, I'm on the best horse. I don't need to force this, so I'll take back and take my time round the bend, and then bring her down the wide outside. So she's won very nicely in the end. She's not had an easy time of it, but she's clearly really good, and the form stacks up with Lafferty off the back of the debut win. It was pretty comfortable in the end for Manama Gold. They've got another nice filly on their hands. They've done well in this sphere with a lot of fillies in the past. He was just having a look to the golf course there, Adri. See, he was teeing off under the lights. And now he says go, and she goes on to win quite nicely. You'd be pleased with the run of Lafferty. Kibo Misaki's run a nice race with an eye on the future and further. That was her first start, and she could well be aimed at an Oaks, I would imagine, but she's been well held by this filly. Another win in the victorious colours for Manama Gold.
Unofficial numbers in the Cocoa Beach Stakes presented by Jebel Ali Port. 7, 4, 3 and 8. Manama Gold wins convincingly. 1:38.40 the winner's time. 9 1/4 by 3 1/2. The margins 7, 4, 3 and 8. Race 5.
Keep some gap, keep some gap. Thank you. Slow down a little bit, slow down. Slow down. Thank you.
ने मौन कर लिया था मेरा
Yes, yes. Maybe cut. Okay.
Good stuff, buddy.
Thank you.
Put your hands together for the winner of the Cocoa Beach Stakes presented by Jebel Ali Port. And another one at Meydan, trained by Fawzi Nas, ridden by Adrian Aviz in the victorious colours, Manama Gold. So, Adrian Aviz weighing in off that success on Manama Gold. And I can ask him whether there was ever a moment's concern there. Did it all go as planned, or did you have to think on your feet a bit?
Well, I got a little bit of pressure in the turn. It got a little bit tight. Jim's filly was a little bit keen. She was hanging a bit. That was a little bit, because I didn't want to lose momentum. But Jim passed me, and she took a breath, and it was just a matter of straightening up, and she did the job pretty easy.
So did you sort of half take the decision that, you know, you're on the best filly, you think, and you don't want to sort of rush her early in the race? You had confidence that if you just took her back and then came down the wide outside, she'd win. So don't mess it up.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to teach her something as well. Today was a preparation for the Guineas. I didn't want to be too hard for her, but you want to teach her something, and like I said, she's a classy filly, and if anything happened, she got the turn of foot to get you out of trouble. So she did it in a nice way today.
She had a hard race, do you think, or ultimately not really?
I don't think so. No, she did it pretty easy, and once she hits the front, she doesn't do much. Yeah. She's just having a look around, and I guess that's a good thing.
Well done.
Thank you.
Cheers. Time for the presentation for the Cocoa Beach Stakes presented by Jebel Ali Port. And to make the presentation, as he will also for our subsequent race, the Cape Verdi, please welcome to the stage Mr. Ahmed Badri, who is the Vice President, General Cargo and Roro Commercial, DP World GCC. He will be presenting the award, collecting on behalf of Victorious from Bahrain. Welcome to the man collecting. It is Sheikh Dej. Cape Verdi time. It's race number 6. It's presented by DP World GCC. We'll start with number 5 because she's right in front of me, and it's Shining Jewel. 1 of 3 in the race for Charlie Appleby. Richie Mullen rides this, daughter of Siuni. As suggested by Richard earlier on, she might be that she wants a little bit further. She has won over this distance before, a starting point for her this year. She won over this distance last time, of course, but there is stamina in that pedigree. And I mean, on official rating, she's rated 98, so yes, she's got a little bit to find, but not a huge amount. She's progressing quite nicely. Behind is number 6, that's Shy May for Ogbar Shaw. Jose de Silva ride. She does have a bit to find, being rated just 85, but it's not a bad idea to bring a filly out here like this. These races don't tend to fill and get a huge amount of runners in, and there's every chance you can pick up a nice bit of prize money. That's be exactly what they'll be hoping to win, but just on all known form that won't be easy, but they'll be hoping to pick up a bit of prize money for coming out here. Silver Lady is number 7. Silver Lady is a bay filly who has that hood on that you can see. One or two of the Charlie Appleby runners in the race with a hood on. The other is English Rose. We'll see her soon enough. But Silver Lady is a daughter of See the Stars. She has won over a mile. I suppose it's obvious to say she's a See the Stars. She would want further. Lumiere, her dam, was pretty sharp, particularly as a juvenile. So it's not as simple as that. But I'm not surprised she ran over 2,000 last time when she was pretty well held. Number 8 is Stenton Glider, lining up here for Jim Crowley and Hugo Palmer. Stenton Glider, she's a nice, well put together filly. She looked pretty fit too. First go for 160 days. She's a daughter of Dandy Man. I do think this is her distance. She was pretty consistent last year. She just fell below the top level. She was well beaten in the Guineas, having run well in the trial. She then went out and ran well at Dusseldorf, and then so too at Sandown. I suppose the one disappointment was last time. That was at a Haydock enlisted company. But rated 103, she's not far off the top one here in the form of Mystic. In fact, what am I talking about? She's rated above Mystic Pearl off the back of that run at Sandown. She finished behind Mystic Pearl there, but she's rated 103. Mystic Pearl rated 102. Stenton Glider, this 4-year-old daughter of Dandy Man. Number 1 is English Rose. English Rose, who has that hood on. She looks really well. She's had 74 days off the track. You would imagine that having run in May, she won. She was put away to then be campaigned for this sort of fillies campaign into the Balanchine, Cape Verdi into the Balanchine. She looks lovely and fit. She is a filly who's a Frankel, who's progressed nicely up in trip. She will be getting further. Sabetsu was touted as an Oaks filly, her dam. She didn't quite stay that far, but she was a top level winner over the 10, I think that French race is. So this is the starting point for this onto the Balanchine. And I think she's really interesting. She's a nice looking filly. She does wear a hood, which is just worth noting, obviously, under these lights, and it's early in her career. Number 2 is Hunting Lady. Connor Beasley rides for Umar bin Hamash, rated 85. She has got a lot to find, but she does bring winning form here. That came on the dirt at Jebel Ali up the hill last time. I don't think the trip will be a problem, but she's currently not good enough to mix it with these. Number 3 is Mystic Pearl. Mystic Pearl, 4-year-old daughter of Invincible Spirit. As I say, she finished ahead of Stenton Glider in listed company a couple of starts ago, and then wasn't beaten far at Deauville when last seen. That was when up to the mile. Very comfortable over that distance. Whether or not she'll go on and get the Balanchine trip, don't know, but that's what she'll be targeted as doing. And she, as I say, is rated 102. William Haggis here to see how she goes. Mystic Pearl, Tom Marquand in the saddle. Have we got Nibras Angel is number 4, daughter of Harry Angel. I think that's the last of them. We've done all of them after that. Nibras Angel for Adjud Rees and Ishmael Mohammed. She is rated 91, so she has some stepping up to do, in particular off the back of the defeat to Meydan Dubai last time over 1600. She's won over shorter than this. She won in the UK at Thirsk over 1400. She just shouldn't really be good enough to mix it with the best of these, but they'll see if they can pick up a bit of prize money. There you go. It's a nice looking field. Obviously English Rose, one of those, quite taken with Stenton Glider in the flesh as well. We have one of the Godolphin riders just making his way out here as well. That's Mikhail Barcelona, who is going to get on board Silver Lady, who's right in front of us here. So she's just taken a few more turns, and Mikhail will get on board near us in the paddock here and then join the rest of them out. Won't really do a turn, but we'll just head straight out, do a right out onto the track. They're in the tunnel.
mile into the parade ring we go here for our first race. Our feature race, I should say, the Cape Verdi Group 2, presented by DP World GCC. 1,600 metres, purse of 850,000 dirham. The winner gets 510,000. Field of 8 heading to the track here for the fillies and mares. We've got 7 fillies and 1 mare. Shy May representing the old girls here in the event. English Rose is number 1. 4-year-old filly by Frankelada Sabetsu. That's some serious breeding. 2 from 2 so far, untouched hands and heels in a Kempton Park novice before making her way over here to the UAE. And she looks the short price select on the international market here, and the horse to beat. A potential horse with untapped potential. Charlie Appleby rides, trains. William Buick rides from gate number 3. Number 2, Hunting Lady for Ahmed bin Hamash. Connor Beasley to ride here. Also draws to the inside in 2. See these colours already successful with Franz Kafka earlier on for Mr. Hamdan Sultan Ali Al-Sabusi. And Hunting Lady is going to spot them here again. A one-time winner from 5 starts, breaking through there in March of 2023 at the back end of last season. So she comes into this first up for the campaign. Number 3 is the William Haggas Visitor here for Sheikh Juma bin Dalmuk Al Maktoum. Tom Marquand rides Mystic Pearl, the 4-year-old filly who has been going incredibly well in group and listed company over the mile back in Europe. She makes her way here to try and claim the Cape Verdi here. Tom Marquand on board 2 starts ago when they were to victory back on the 8th of July 2023. Definitely an international raider worth plenty of attention. Number 4, Nibris Angel, the 4-year-old filly by Harry Angel for Ismail Muhammad and Audrey De Vries. 5 starts, 2 wins and a third. Last seen in that 65-90 at Meydan on the 5th of January, in behind Made in Dubai. Saw Sari Dubai a little bit earlier on coming out of that same race. Nibris Angel had Marcelino Rodriguez in the saddle that day, claiming 3. Audrey De Vries jumps on board, so a senior rider carrying the 57 here from gate 6. Shining Jewel will spot the white distinguishing cap here for Team Godolphin and Charlie Appleby. Richard Mullen to do the riding here on the 4-year-old filly by Siumi. Out of a Dubai destination mare. 4 starts, 2 wins and a third. Last winning at Newmarket under William Buick there on the 23rd of September. And makes the UAE debut this evening. Well, she's got some 3 years on the rest of the field. Shy May, the 7-year-old mare by Meydan, comes in here for Akbar Ashur. And Adele Resort draws the ace for Jose de Silva. 48 starts. She's had many more starts than the rest of these for 6 wins and 13 minor placings. And was last seen at Dusseldorf on the 1st of October 2023 over the 1,400 metres there. A couple of horses with that German form heading into this evening. Shy May. Number 8 is Stenton Glider. We saw this horse contest 1,000 guineas Group 2 there at Dusseldorf back in June of last year. Hugo Palmer. This one for Mrs. J Mares and Mrs. TS Mares. Jim Crowley does the riding here, coming into this off a rating of 103. The 4-year-old filly by Dandy Man. She's certainly done a fair bit of travel in her time, despite having only the 6 starts. 1 win and 3 seconds to her name so far. So Silver Lady, it seems, will be a late arrival here to the mounting yard. We will come to her when she makes her way in, but that is 7 of our 8 runners covered here for the Cape Verdi Group 2, our feature for the evening here at Meydan. We wait for Silver Lady. Yeah, making her way in with Macau Barcelona aboard. Silver Lady comes down the tunnel here, the 4-year-old filly by See the Stars, into this offer rating of 101. She gets gate number 4 here for this assignment. The third string to the Godolphin bow here in this Group 2 event. 4 starts, 1 win and a third. Last seen in the winner's circle on the 19th of May last year. 4 starts ago at Newmarket, breaking the maiden. She's had 2 listed appearances and a Group 3 appearance in that time. And would need to step up a little bit here against a few of these, but nevertheless looks in good order and is the final horse to make her way out here for our feature on the program.
William Haggis alongside, and great to have him back out at the Carnival with Mystic Pearl in this contest. How is she? How's she travelled over?
Yeah, she's very good. We've been very happy with her. So we'll see whether she's good enough.
What sort of time do you earmark this Dubai campaign for her?
Well, she last ran in August, and she doesn't really like soft ground, so the autumn was out, and then Sheikh Juma obviously is very involved here, and it made sense to bring her.
As far as distance-wise goes, do you feel this is her ideal? Do you have an eye on to the subsequent fillies race, or just see how she goes here?
Yeah, we'll aim for the Balanchine as well, but that's 9 furlongs. I think, you know, she's by Invincible Spirit. The Dam stayed 7, but was quite quick. And this filly's won a listed over a mile at Sandown, which is stiff track, and ran well in a Group 3 in France. So she's okay.
All the best. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Tom.
Cheers. Thanks, William. Best turnout time, and it's gone to Mystic Pearl. There you go. Well done to Howard Cheng, who takes the award. Howard here with the team, and he receives 650 dirham, being presented kindly by Ziad Al Hawat, and thanks to Zabil Feed, 650 dirham for the winning groom Howard Cheng, the groom of Mystic Pearl. So we'll start with English Rose. There she is. Just a couple of starts so far. She's got a hood on. I thought she looked really well in the prelim. She looked very relaxed. Obvious type for this. Has something to find on official ratings with the likes of Stenson Glider, with the likes of Mystic Pearl, but she is upwardly mobile. There's no sort of idea of the limit to her abilities, and she's looked pretty good so far. And obviously, connections and how they target this race would give you confidence that she would be one of the likelier ones, English Rose. And here is Mystic Pearl, as William suggesting there. Distance-wise, this is what has suited her so far. That Sandown success came at the expense of Stenton Glider. It is a stiff finish there, and you know, there'd be encouragement for her going and getting a bit further possibly, but definitely this for now feels the ideal chip for her. She's rated 102. That should be the right sort of rating to win this. Incidentally, you tend to want to be rated over 100 for this success. In its 20-year history, this contest has never been won by a horse rated below 100. So that is a trend that English Rose will be looking to buck. And only Stenton Glider, Mystic Pearl and Silver Lady are rated over 100 for this contest. So maybe it'll be one of those. We'll see. I'm with English Rose. So's Pat, and we're rarely wrong, Pat.
I wouldn't say that, Tom Stanley. Thank you very much. But she does look the one with untapped potential here is English Rose, and bred to be very good as well. Sabetsu, as we know, spotted the Royal Blue in her career as well, winning a Prix St. Hilary. She was certainly a horse that made her way to an Oaks in her time, and was certainly firing early in the career. As we continue our loading process, Shining Jewel comes up into line. After being late to the parade ring, Silver Lady will be the last to join the girls here for our 8-horse field. Racing for 850,000 thanks to DP World GCC. Our Group 2 field is set here, and they go 1,600 metres. Set to run. Gates fly. Hunting Lady was slow. Nibris Angel out a little tardy, and out wider we see Shining Jewel being sooled forward by Richard Mullen, 5 deep but wanting the lead. Going to take it away from Shy May eventually, who's going to find a forward spot. Mystic Pearl next. Then came a Silver Lady settling down into 4th position and just restrained their attack. English Rose up on the running rail in 5th, being covered now on the outside by Stenton Glider. And the last 2 now at the back of the field were Nibris Angel along with Hunting Lady. So the girls make their way past 1,000 metres in the Capo Verde Group 2. And taking over the running after a early race move is Shining Jewel. Goes up to a lead by a length. Stenton Glider 2nd, Mystic Pearl 3rd, and 4th on the outside with cover was Silver Lady. 5th on the inside, Shy May. English Rose, 3 back in the running line, currently sitting in 5th position. Nibris Angel 2nd to last, and Hunting Lady the last one. Pace is good as they make their way to the top of the straight here in the Capo Verde Group 2, and it is Shining Jewel who leads them in and is the first to face the judge. 2nd was Stenton Glider. 3rd on the outside, Silver Lady. English Rose just starting to get warm here. Mystic Pearl going back through the field, being passed by Nibris Angel. It's Godolphin 1, 2 and 3 here. English Rose going up to serve it to Silver Lady. Stenton Glider dropping away here with the Shining Jewel up on the outside. English Rose really putting it to Silver Lady, who wants to fight. English Rose the outside, Silver Lady the inside. Silver Lady gets the better. Silver Lady takes the Group 2. English Rose 2nd, Photo 3rd. Stenton Glider just beats home Nibris Angel, dropping away into 5th Shining Jewel. A gap back to Mystic Pearl, followed there next in turn by Hunting Lady, and the last one home was Shy May in the 8-horse field. Silver Lady comes into this off a rating of 101. Under Macau Barcelona, English Rose did everything to try and chase her down, but is able to score here and take it out. Charlie Appleby goes 1 and 2 in the race. 2 nice fillies on the rise, and Silver Lady, this daughter of See the Stars, takes out her first group win after taking her maiden out at Newmarket back in May of last year. She has frequent and listed in Group 3 company, but she comes to the UAE and picks herself up a Fillies and Mares Group 2 early in the season.
Well, there's a bit to take out of that race, isn't there? So keep your eye on the red hat, carried by William Buick, and just sort of shying away from Silver Lady in the all blue in front of him there. But he was definitely hampered in the run, and that will obviously not have helped his chances. You'll look at the finish of the race and feel that he had every chance, but just see what happens here. Silver Lady's pretty keen early in the race, to be fair, and just running around under Macau Barcelona, and there's a well, they're both a little bit keen on the inside. And in the end, William Buick just takes back. I don't think it hampered too much momentum, to be fair. But the key part of that race was then Mikhail Barcelona made the move up on the outside, and then William Buick had to come wide and outside him, which is what he's done in the straight. I'm half inclined to think that English Rose had every chance to go by, and I think there's an element of William Buick. He's using his stick here, but this is just her third start. And we're over a mile here, and she'll have an eye on further, and he puts the stick down. Maybe he thinks I'm going to go get there. He has another go, and she's always being held. She's obviously worked harder than the winner to get to her position, but she does wear a hood. I don't want to be unkind to her. It's very early stages for her, and even to get in the position she did, she's clearly got loads of ability. But Silver Lady, she's rated 101. She's rated £10, the superior of English Rose. She has got some pretty good back form over further as well, for all it didn't work out over 2000. And she's probably just outstayed, for all that English Rose has obviously stayed it nicely. And she's outstayed her. She's a little bit more battle hardened. She's had a better trip on the way through. I'd be half inclined to think the second will reverse the form, but there again, I'd probably want to see her putting a bit more pressure on Silver Lady late on. Stenton Gliders run well. It was Shining Jewel who took them along, who's ended up fading a bit back through it. And Nibras Angels run pretty well to try and defy the gap in the official ratings. But the trend continues. Another filly rated over 100, winning the Cape Verdi in the form of Silver Lady. There's one for David Selfans. It's a Starsky and Hutch. I can't remember whether it was Starsky and Hutch. Anyway, someone will know.
Numbers here in the Cape Verdi Group 2, presented by DP World GCC. 7, 1, 8 and 4, your unofficial numbers. 7, 1, 8 and 4. Winner's time, 134.57. Margins a neck by 4. Silver Lady is our winner here of the Group 2. 7, 1, 8 and 4.
You might have to go the opposite side now. I'll come left and stay this side. Good stuff, Miguel.
So welcome back into the winners' enclosure. Winner of our feature race, Mikhail Barcelona, on board the Charlie Appy Train Godolphin owned Silver Lady. Well, I know someone tonight who's going to be pretty happy, and he's got a tattoo on his chest. So well done to him. He'll be buzzing. Mikhail Barcelona should be pretty happy with that as well, off the back of Silver Lady's success. Mikhail, well done. Obviously, you came out to the saddling area to get on board her. How did she go down? Okay? Or she looked a bit funny coming back in as well, so she's got a mind of her own, has she?
Yeah, exactly. She's got a lot of temperament, but actually I took her down steady, and she kind of settled well. And during the race, it was pretty rough the first part, and then as soon as I found my position, she took a big breath, and then she settled and picked up well.
It was a good battle between you and the second late on. It just looked like you were always holding that filly.
I could feel like my filly won't get tired, but William came pretty easy beside me, and I think my filly just showed better quality tonight.
She has tried further. Did she give you the feel as a filly that will be fine over the Balanchine distance?
Well, I think that's going to be the next target for her, except if the team want to keep her over a mile, but it's up to them.
Well done.
Thank you.
Time for the presentation then for our feature race, the Cape Verdi, a Group 2 presented by DP World GCC. Making the presentation, once again, please welcome to the stage Mr. Ahmed Badri, the Vice President General Cargo and Ro-Ro Commercial, DP World GCC, this time presenting 3 awards. The first of them, the winning trophy to the winning owner. It's Godolphin Blue carried to success. We'll see the winning jockey soon enough. But Ahmed Badri, first of all, presenting the award to, on behalf of the winning trainer, that is Charlie Appy, not with us tonight. Please welcome to the stage, Alex Ridgway. That the owner's prize, collected on behalf of Godolphin, of course. This one on behalf of the winning trainer, Charlie Appy. Please welcome to the stage, Sophie Chrétien. Well done to Sophie, huge part of the team at home. As is Alex, and now welcome to the stage, the winning rider. We've heard from him already, back in the winner's enclosure, Mikhail Barcelona. And once more, if you all come together, please, Alex Ridgway, Sophie Chrétien, Mikhail Barcelona, with Ahmed Badri. The winning horse for our feature race, the Cape Verdi Group 2, presented by DP World GCC. Please put your hands together for Silver Ladies Connections. So, time for faces at the races. Mark 3. Can't go to a horse statue. Got to go to a human face. Those are the rules and regulations of faces at the races. Human faces only. Teeth, non-essential, but welcomed. And a big white smile to go along with it if you can. Get the pearly whites out, but who's it going to be? Enjoying the hospitality in the lounge. There in that, that's the parade ring lounge, isn't it? Who's going to win our third faces at the races and take home our winning prize of 500 dirham. Great work being done by those two gentlemen there, and a real feast in the baby chair for you, sir. I mean, it's got to be, hasn't it? Give us one look and it's yours. A big smile, maybe. Yep. That'll do, you've won, and it's gone to you, because I think it has to go to somebody that's over a certain age. You have won, sir, on behalf of your youngster, or the youngster alongside you. Well done, tonight's winner of the third instalment of Faces at the Races. 500 dirham, all yours.
Well, welcome to the parade ring here for race number 7, hot off the back of a very hotly contested Group 2. We continue with the Jebel Ali free zone. Jafza, presented by DP World over the 1400 for 210,000 dirham. Coming in off a rating of 105 is Mysterious Night, number 1. Charlie Appleby looking to go back-to-back here with the winners. William Buick in the saddle here, carrying the 62 kilos. He's a 3-time winner from 10 starts. The son of Dark Angel comes into this carrying the top weight, along with the horse that we'll see behind him now. And that is number 2, Ra-Eb. Draws the ace. Musaba El Maheri trains. Oscar Chavez to ride off that rating of 105. He'll wear the black distinguishing cap here. He's had the 22 starts for 5 wins. He's first up for the season. Number 3, Busala, is a scratching. We move on now to Ra-Eb's, I guess, owning companion. Now the Shadwell runner in the race for Ali Al Badwawi. Jim Crowley rides Al Salt, who caught the eye last time out, getting beaten a neck by Vaffatino in that listed race in the final meeting of the year. It was over 1,400 metres. He stays at the same track and distance, but arguably heads into an easier contest. Number 5, Sifting Sands, the 6-year-old Entire by Dabawi. He takes gate 16 of 16 here for Bupat Seema and Triple R Racing. Tiger Shea to do the riding. He comes out of a Super Saturday Group 1 there. Antonio Fresu on board there that day over 2,000 metres. He'll make his way out further in distance as he gets into the Sen, but this is a nice starting point for him as he kicks off his campaign for the year. Number 6, Tamol, comes out. We move to the 7 in Damar. He's a 4-year-old roan by More Than Ready, Kevin Stott, for Francis Henri Graffard and Akuri Amar Zing team. 6 starts, 2 wins, 3 minors. And we saw him in the Group 3 in behind Tuz there. It was beaten a distance there, around 18 lengths. But he'll improve off that run there, you'd say, as he gets out over further in distance and out onto the turf as well. George Bowie with 2 runners in the race here. First one is All the King's Men, the 6-year-old gelding by Kingman. He's done some really good stuff at Wolverhampton on the all-weather in his last couple of starts. He makes his way here to the UAE. International market has flagged him up as a potential winning hope here. He's been well supported. Hector Crouch rides for a rating of 98 here. Draws 4. Expect him to roll forward here. Coming off that win, he looks a horse in form. Last racing on the 13th of November. Number 9 is Koi Koi, 5-year-old gelding by Acclamation. Over-raced last time out in behind a slackening tempo over the 1,800 metres. He was beaten 13.75 lengths there by Uzo. Race didn't go to suit. Pat Cosgrove stays on board. Best of luck to Mr. Charlie and Mrs. Julia Rosier, I'm sure, are watching on here for Koi Koi's 2nd run for the season here at Meydan. Number 10, Nibris Passion. 6-year-old gelding by Ifraj for Patrick Dobbs. Ismail Mohammed, Mr. Saeed Humaid Al Taya. 2-time winner from 18 starts, last seen at Abu Dhabi. That was in that listed race there in behind Lanakash. He ran 4th, beaten 1.75 lengths. There's been some form out of that race there. But hopefully can back that up here as he drops back in distance a furlong. Open Mind will spot the white cap here for Charlie Bennett, Syed Bin Saror and Team Godolphin. Draws a little wide here in 13. He's had the 18 starts for 3 wins and 7 minors. He was in that race there in behind Wallbank down the straight over 1,200 metres. He steps up and he turns a corner here for his 2nd run for the season. Ventura Rebels made his way out early for Ahmed Bin Hamash, Mr. Abdullah Manahi. Connor Beasley will do the riding here for this horse in his 22nd career start. He's had the 3 wins so far. We've seen him once so far this season, also in that 80 to 105 there in behind Wallbank down the straight. And much like Open Mind, makes his way up to the course proper here for his 2nd run. Number 13 is Wild Lion.
who we also saw at the back end of last year in behind Vaffatino. He ran 9th on that occasion. He drops out a listed company and races over the same track and distance. Royston French jumps on board for Syed bin Sarour. He's 3 wins and 3 minors from 10 starts. Mikhail Barcelona rides Silent Speech here, the son of Dabawi for Salam bin Gadaya and Mr. Hamid Rashid Gadaya. He's had the 9 starts, 2 wins, 2 minors, and he has had 3 starts already this season. Best result was last start, beaten 7.5 there behind Sadati in a similar race. He tackles the 1400 metres, this time though on the turf. (15) Mutamasik, the son of Dabawi. Jose da Silva for Hamidi Al-Hamida and Hafit Racing. He's a 4-time winner. He would need to improve though. We haven't seen him though since 2021. His form towards the back end there was a little tardy, but he comes in off a long break, so he's only going to improve off this. O-Night draws wide the 16 for Masaba Al-Mahiri. Richard Mullen in the saddle. Best of luck to Connections here. He had that first start there after returning, coming over here from the UK. That was at Jebel Ali. He was beaten 10.25 lengths. He has his first run for the season on the grass. McManaman gets a run here. The 17 to be partnered by Sam Hitchcock. Doug Watson does the training for Gary Alsop and partner. 20 starts for the 1 win. Would need to improve off his former racing. This is a step up from what he's been racing in previously. And the same goes for Silent Defence. He was okay there in that 65 to 90 and behind Meydan Dubai. He was beaten 4.5 lengths there on the 5th of January. He had a good run in transit there, and he drops back in distance from the mile here for this start, our second emergency, and he's certainly glittered up here for tonight's performance. Best of luck to Rashid Borsley and the Borsley Racing Syndicate. Number 18 gets a start. We have a field of 16, a capacity field here for this 7th event. It is the Jebel Ali Free Zone, the Jafza, presented by DP World for 210,000 dirham.
Right, best turned out time, and it's gone to horse number 4. That's Al Salt backing up off a good run last time. Ayaz Khan, the man leading him around to the right of shot with the 4 on him. Well done to Ayaz, he takes home 650 dirham, which is being presented by Ziad Al Hawat on behalf of Zabil Feed. Our thanks again to Zabil, as our two gentlemen behind the banner, holding it up there. We'd be nothing without them. And Ayaz Khan takes home 650 dirham. Thanks to Ziad, thanks to Zabil Feed. Horse number 8 is All the King's Men. All the King's Men for Hector Crouch and George Bowie, who I'm just going to approach with a microphone, so if he said no, he'd just look rude. How are you?
Very good, Tom. How are you?
Yeah, very good, thank you. Tell me about All the King's Men and last season. He obviously ended up with or in good nick and progressed when switching to Wolves.
Yeah, it took a while to get going, but look, he had a good break and came back probably better than ever at Wolverhampton the last day. He's come out here in good shape. He's fit. He's ready to go. I think he should run very well.
Did you sort of end of the season before those Wolves run earmark him as a Carnival horse, or did Wolves come first?
I might have earmarked him before Wolverhampton, but we had to
he needed to win.
Had to prove to the owner that he was good enough to go. So they put him at 8 for that career high mark. But look, he's training good.
He's rated 9 100. Like, he's got loads of ability, right?
Yeah, he does. He's a brother to Gokhan. He's got a pretty good pedigree. He's an expensive yearling, and he's still not quite there in his coat, but he's going to look great in a couple of weeks' time.
And are there sort of more options for him between this and a mile, or is this his trip, do you think?
I think the mile is probably his trip. He probably has to step up in grade if he gets there. So he slightly feels like he might fall between 2 places if he doesn't. So look, we'll see how he goes tonight.
Apologies for ambushing, and thank you very much for your time.
Pleasure. Top man.
Thanks. Cheers, George. It's George Bowie there with a great team out here in the UAE for the Carnival, and wishing him all the best for more success out at the Dubai Carnival. 5 of them are in. There's a few more to go forward. All the King's Men aside, obviously you've got the Al Salt race, which ties in with Mysterious Night and Wild Lion. That's I think a good bit of form coming into this. Then you've got Open Mind just going the other way in distance, up in distance. That could well suit off the back of a good run last time. So it's open. I was just about with Mysterious Night after Tarmol was taken out, and I'm sure Pat was keeping a keen ear on everything George Bowie had to say, because he's with All the King's Men. Pat, all yours.
Thank you, Tom. All the King's Men makes his way up into line. Very well spec'd on the international market as well, since the markets did open. Open Mind coming up with Wild Lion. Godolphin with 3, and Shadwell here with 2 runners. George Bowie also saddling up Koi Koi here, who we'll see come up here in the rosier colours, the yellow with the pink star. Here's Damar making his way up here for Kevin Stott. Good to see the Graffard stable here with a big presence for the season. Nice team of horses out here as Koi Koi loads away. Silent Defence, the second emergency, comes up into his outside alley. There's Mysterious Night coming up into line. Sifting Sands loads away. Silent Speech has come forward too. And that'll leave one. Omnivorous Passion, who makes his way up into line now for Patrick Dobbs. So we're locked and loaded here for the Jafza, presented by DP World for 210,000. Oh, we've had Mutamasik break through the stalls. Mutamasik pulled up pretty sharply here. So we'll just wait to get some advice and information on Mutamasik. Whether or not we'll see him undergo a vet's examination, we'll just have to wait and see. And as you can see there, the stalls he just must have anticipated. He's bursted through. So just confirming, we're just going to confirm this very shortly, but this horse might be coming out. Okay, so we've just confirmed it. 9:02. This horse has been withdrawn on veterinary advice here. Mutamasik. So ruler line number 15 coming out on veterinary advice. So they will be sent on their way, and they are immediately. When Ventura Rebel was a little slow out, Bra Ebb pressing forward with Mysterious Night, Wild Lion, Nibris Passion up in the first few, along with All the King's Men, who's going to have to take a sit in behind them. Sifting Sands around them with Oh Night, Silent Speech. Back to on the inside of the track there, Al Salt. Followed there next in turn, working through there, was Damar from Koi Koi. He's about 10th on the back end of the first group. Then came Nibris Passion working alongside Silent Defence. And out the back is Ventura Rebel. And we did lose Mutamasik at the gates on veterinary advice. So 750 metres left to go, and up in front it is Wild Lion who takes over. Open Mind second, third Ra Eb on the inside from Sifting Sands. Then came Mysterious Night, Silent Speech, McManaman. Three back on the inside, looking for some luck is Al Salt. His outside is All the King's Men, looking for a weaving path here under Hector Crouch. In behind them, Nibris Passion. Sifting Sands just got checked there for a run. Damar, Koi Koi down the outside. Nibris Passion looming up as Mysterious Night takes over. Silent Defence giving a sight down the outside. Mysterious Night's broken away here. Mysterious Night past the 150-metre mark. He's going to put 3, 4, 5 lengths on them here. Nibris Passion and Damar running into the minor placings along with McManaman, but Mysterious Night, 105 Raider, gets in and destroys them. 5 lengths. Really good win. Beats home Nibris Passion, Damar, McManaman, Koi Koi, All the King's Men. Then came Silent Defence from Open Mind, Ventura Rebel, back to Al Salt, Ra Eb, Wild Lion, Sifting Sands, Silent Defence, Silent Speech, and Oh Night was one of the last ones there. Mutamasik was taken out there at the start. Mysterious Night for William Buick and Charlie Appleby. One of the higher rated horses here. He showed his class there in the final stages. And over the 1400 metres as well. He'll only improve as he gets out over a bit more ground here, Mysterious Night. Charlie Appleby picks up back-to-back winners here at Meydan. William Buick on the board this evening. Mysterious Night, number 1 in the frame here in race 7.
Well, that was a very, very different performance to last time. Much better trip, but just much better horse. And, you know, I know dropped into a handicap, but worse off at the weights with some of these. And, I mean, he just bolted up. There was every chance that he would come on for the run last time in listed company. He's only beaten half a length. He didn't get a great trip, but you know, he's come on for it an absolute bundle and won really nicely. As Mysterious Night, his son of Dark Angel, who, you know, I thought might just want a little bit further in time. Well, that's what he's proved in the past. For all I was confident, he'd run well tonight, and once Tarma was taken out, I suppose he was almost an obvious one because he ran well from a wide trip last time, but he just got a nice trip through. There were some who were just hampered for room in the race. It'd be worth watching a few times that, because there were some who were a bit unlucky, but this horse has got a great trip, nice position, and he's fairly bolted up. It's so often on this racetrack, if you can travel and have a turn of foot, that's what you need. Those grinders aren't often the ones. Sometimes they can come out on top, but you can travel like this horse has and then go. This is where Will Buick asked him, and you can see there with G-Max just showing you who has won, with Mysterious Night beating Nibris Passion and Demand, McManaman, Koi Koi, All the King's Men, who had a bit of a luckless run, but confirmed Mysterious Night has fairly bolted up. He's won it off a mark of 105. Well, he's got to go back up in grade off the back of that, because he's won that easily. It should be 110 plus, really. And a nice performance, second one of the night for Charlie Appleby, first for Will Buick, Mysterious Night.
A convincing winner in the race 7 for the evening, Jebel Ali Free Zone, the Jafza presented by DP World, numbers 1, 10, 7 and 17. 1, 10, 7 and 17. Mysterious Night, your winner. Winner's time 122.24. Margins 4 by a length and a quarter in race number 7.
Good stuff, William.
Another one in the Godolphin blue, and our man waving around the blue where he normally stands is very happy with that. Will Buick delighted as well. Put your hands together for winner of race number 7, Mysterious Night. William Buick weighing in off the back of that success with Mysterious Night. Well done. That was, well, it seemed a much more polished performance than last time. What was the difference?
Yeah, I suppose the draw was a little bit kinder this time, and he got a better run through. He's travelled supremely well, and look, when you go through some of his form, especially as a 2-year-old, it's very good. So we've been waiting for this for a while from him, but it's nice to see him do it like that tonight.
And that turn of foot, when you can travel like that, not too far off it, but then go like he did, I guess that's the mark of a class horse.
Yeah, exactly. He showed his class tonight. That's exactly it. And like I said, he's always been held in high regard, and his homework has always been very good. So it's just nice that now he's transferred it to the track again.
A line on English Rose, what did you make of the run?
A very good run, delighted with her. That was only her 3rd run tonight, and I think that inexperience against Silver Lady just showed. But 2 nice fillies, they battle on well to the line, and look, English Rose should improve plenty.
Well, I hear.
Thank you.
And that is correct weight in the Jebel Ali free zone, the Jafza, presented by DP World. 1:10, 7 and 17, correct weight. Mysterious Night wins in a time of 1:22.24.
Right, time for the presentation for race number 7 on 9 p.m. contest. Jebel Ali Free Zone Jafza, presented by DP World, and this trophy being presented here by Mohammed Abu Hamra. Welcome to the stage, sir. He is the Chief Operating Officer of Digital Technology, DP World GCC. Mohammed Abu Hamra presenting the awards to the winning connections of Mysterious Night, or just the winning owner, and collecting on behalf of the winning owner, Team Godolphin. Please welcome to the stage once again, Sophie Chrétien. All right, let's have a closer look at these ahead of our 8th contest. I think they're going to be making their way soon enough, so we're just ducking out of the inner circle, just in case they do make their way. Let's start with number 2 over the far side, who's just come out. It's Imperial Ace, and who I think will be heading out towards us next. So Lope de Vega, Makar Barcelona rides for Salem Bin Gadaya. Distance I like. Has had just the one go on the dirt last time, so he's not an obvious one necessarily for this surface. Well, Pedro Vega, I think, has had a winner on the dirt, but ultimately, if he can get out of 5 and get handy, it might not matter too much. Lightly raced, has a sniff, I think, but just a bit of an unknown quantity. Imperial Empire is number 3 behind. He's got lots of ability. Just not sure what side of bed he got out of. He's drawn 1. I think they want to make good use of him. On old form, he's a very well treated and very capable horse. I was going to pick out 4 and where he is, so I'll come back to that horse. Let's have a look at number 8, just because Shanty Star is a real old favourite out here. The 8-year-old white, now son of Hard Spun. He's actually fairly treated on old form, but I don't know what sort of Shanty Star we're going to get. Over to our left, we've got number 9 with the red bridle. That's Master Sergeant, 5-year-old, who, I mean, needs a bit of upturn in what we've seen of late. Now rated 75, but hasn't shown a huge amount. And there is number 4, even further over to our left. And that is Tudid. For Tom Marquand and Michael Costa, Tudid is having another go over the mile. He has won over this course and distance before, and well, they'll be hoping that one go so far this year will have put him right for this. Ran okay behind Lasso Dude on that occasion. A strong pace just sitting off and might suit out of 4. Tricky little puzzle to solve, this.
Welcome into the mounting up here for race number 8 on the program. And we start with Al Jadaf. He is a 5-year-old gelding by Shamadal, inside gate for Ahmed bin Hamash. Connor Beasley does the riding here, as he has all season. It's a nice horse here who's getting certainly to the peak of his preparation now and on the back end, and this looks a winnable race for him coming back out of listed company to a 70 to 90 handicap. Number 2 is Imperial Ace, the 4-year-old gelding by Lope de Vega, Salam bin Gadaya, Mikhail Barcelona. 8 starts with 2 wins and a 2nd. We've seen this horse once so far this season. That was only the other week, in behind Violent Justice, running 5th there, beaten 6 lengths, stepping out onto the grass here for the first time this season. Imperial Empire gets the ace draw and comes into a nice race here, looking to find some of that winning form again here. Tygo Shea rides for Bupat Seema and Touch Gold Racing. 7-year-old gelding having his 24th start. Tom Marquand rides Tardid here, the 6-year-old gelding by Tamarkas. Tom Marquand to do the riding here. He was here at Meydan on the 8th of December, running 3rd there in behind Lasso Dude. He was beaten a ways, but was making some good headway there late in the piece, and was one of the only horses in behind running on. So caught the eye a shade, and should certainly appreciate the step out in distance here to the 1600 metres. Has won over the track and trip before. His stablemate Aj Diet will wear the black cap here for Jonathan Mateus. He's had the 2 starts for the 1 win. That was last start in Meydan company. It's a step up here. And first run here at Meydan as well, under lights for the 4-year-old gelding by Unified. Number 6 is Tamam, the son of Ifraj, Oscar Chavez for Hamad Al Murrah. Gate 10 is going to make it a little tough here. 10 of 10. He's slightly raced though. He's had the 4 starts, only the 1 run here in Meydan and in the UAE. He was in behind Local Dynasty there down the track. This looks a little bit of an easier race, but still would need to improve. Ala Malak was a good winner at Jebel Ali 2 starts ago. Came to Meydan last week and unfortunately was beaten there, 3.75 lengths. He heads to a tougher race here and out in distance. Another one that would need to improve a little bit to be figuring here. Shanti Star has had the 3 runs already this season, 1 here at Meydan as well. He has been beaten at distance on all of those occasions. Richard Mullen rides for Rashid Borsley, one of 3 runners for the stable here. The third of their runners is the 9, and that is Master Sergeant. He's a 5-year-old by Shamadal. Jules Mobian to do the riding here in the green cap. He was seen at Sharjah 2 weeks ago down the track there in behind Street Mood. So hopefully see him improve here as well. He'd need to improve at least 10 or 15 lengths here to be in the finish. Hopefully can certainly improve here, and he gets a lightweight here with 54.5. Number 10, Mortini, is the lightest weights in the race here at 53.5 kilograms, coming in off a rating of 73. Marwan Al-Badei. Jose da Silva will ride here. 3 starts for a second. Comes into this as a maidener. And he is the only horse in the race here to not win a race already. That's our 10 runners. And they will head out and head to post here for our final dirt race of the evening. Race number 8, the Dubai Auto Zone, presented by DP World, over the mile for 190,000 dirham.
Bhupat Seemar alongside has Imperial Empire here and the Tiger Shea and the touch gold colours. So you've done very well with it in the past. He's got ability, this horse, hasn't he? And he's fairly treated.
Yeah, he definitely has the ability. He's also got the pedigree. You know, he's a Dubawi out of Falls of Laura. He's very well related to a couple of Group 1 winners. I think he's come down in handicap. He's probably about ready somewhere to run really well. I think we ran him on the turf and we did a different strategy where we came from the back and he finished really well. We're drawn 1. I don't know. I mean, have you confused him or if he'll break well and do his thing, we'll find out.
So I guess with the blinkers out of 1, the plan now would be to go, right? Or not? No, to hold off.
No, the plan is just let him be whatever he wants to do. You know, wherever he's comfortable. So yeah, hopefully we're going to do that, and I think he's down to a mark where he should be very competitive.
You were just chatting to me before we started this with Dionysian about a really encouraging race over probably too short a trip in the end, right?
Yeah, he was showing a lot of speed at home, and you know, as you know yourself, on the dirt when they run for the first time, you know, he was a little bit slow out of the gate, and he got kicked back on his face for the first time. But he showed the grit to come through it, and he finished really well. I think going a little bit further, he'll be a very nice horse.
He's a unit of a horse, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a big horse, and his thing is half brother to a horse who's 114, 115 rated, full brother actually. I think he was a Godolphin horse. He's got a lot of ability. He's just starting his first dirt debut. I think he's got a good future ahead.
Appreciate your time. Good luck here. Thanks, Bhupat.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Right, best turned out horse is horse number 2, Imperial Ace. And it's Vijay Singh who is responsible for this horse. Well done to Vijay. Takes home 650 dirham, and Ziad Al Hawat is currently presenting the award. There he is, Vijay. Well done to you, sir. 650 dirham. Our thanks, as ever, to Zabil Feeds for supporting the Best Turned Out award. So there's Al Jadaf, his son of Shamadal, for Conabisi and Amr bin Hamash on his way down. He's a 5-year-old who was well held last time in the crazy race won by Atletico El Colano, came from well off it. Prior to that was in really good nick here. I mean, it's a fairly obvious, concise case for this horse. Trip is probably more what he wants, didn't quite get it last time, and this is more like his grade in a 70 to 90, this horse rated 90 getting into this, so I think he'll go pretty well. Two is Imperial Ace. He's lightly raced out here. Lopez Vega, first go on the dirt last time, fine, but that was Jebel Ali. He'll probably be all right on it. It's just a bit of an unknown quantity to be too confident, I thought. Just having his second go out here. And he ran okay last time. Now this is over the mile, where they start to get in that chute. 3 races we've had over this this course distance, I think, tonight. There's Imperial Empire, and I think he's worth chancing off a mark of 87. I think this is his distance. He's drawn 1, so I get, you know, what Bhupat was saying was, if he was dropped out last time, then what's he going to do this time? We'll see where he falls. But Tiger O'Shea's the man on board to work that out, and the ideal man on board. I thought a return to the dirt off this mark made him particularly interesting. In particular, back over a more suitable distance than the 1900 a few starts ago. Just on back form, and he's done some winning over 1400 on the dirt. I thought he was interesting. I thought he'd go forward. Tadid might also try and do that out of 4, but he's drawn 3 stalls outside of Imperial Empire. He has got a good bit of pace. He has one on the turf. He has one on the dirt as well. And he's there or thereabouts off this sort of mark. But I thought there might be something a little bit better treated in the field. And this is Ajdayet, who I think will go forward. He ran well last time over 1400. Don't know about the trip. I don't think they'll hang around trying anyway to see if he gets it, or try to find out if he gets it. They'll just go for it. I don't think they'll ride him conservatively to get it necessarily. That said, he is drawn 8, so their hand might be forced. The Borsley boys are represented here by a few horses. They've got Alan Malik, 3 in the orange, and in the Borsley Racing Syndicate. Alan Malik is a kitten's joy who does know how to win on the dirt out here, although needs to do so at Meydan, and is having a go over 1600, having had his last win over 1400 up the hill. Comes out of stall 9, but it's not impossible. Thought there's a real head scratcher of a race. There's nothing that sort of stamps their authority form-wise coming into it. For me, it's between Al Jadaf and Imperial Empire. We'll see what happens with Pat.
It's a very interesting race, isn't it, Tom? One of the more, despite being quite a small field, an interesting race and an open race. It's very hard to assess from a form perspective. Some will appreciate a slick tempo. Others would be hoping to see them back it off here a little bit. So it makes for a great viewing race nevertheless, as Mortini moves forward into line. So 5 still out of line here. Tardid coming up for Tom Marquand. Ajdayet, the stablemate, also loading away. Michael Costa in the black cap. Ajdayet. Imperial Ace to come up in the gold and black. Alam Malak will be hoping to pick up another win this season. And Tamam is the last one to load away. For Oscar Chavez, we are set for our final dirt race of the evening here. Set of the mile, and we are immediately racing. Getting away fast on the outside, Master Sergeant, Shanti Star, Imperial Ace hunting for the lead here. Al Jadaf's going to get a nice spot in behind the leader here from next in turn there, Tardid, settling down into 5th as they come onto the course proper. Imperial Empire was next from Mortini to Marm. Alam Malak was second to last, and Ajdayet out to the end. So they're going along lickety-split here, and up in front, Imperial Ace injects a serious tempo here into the event. Going along, out clear by 2 and 3 parts. Second was Shanti Star, Master Sergeant third on the outside. Al Jadaf just being scrubbed along here by Connor Beasley to stay in touch. Next came Tardid from Imperial Empire, Tamam up to 4th to last from Mortini. Then Alam Malak, and the last one still Ajdayet, our whipper-innerer, as they head off the back at the 800 metres. So Imperial Ace, after that early speed, has brought it back a shade here now, leading by 3 parts. Shanti Star second, third on the outside, Master Sergeant still in touch. Al Jadaf is just going to need an out here as they potentially roll off the fence here as they get to the straight. Next was Tardid, Imperial Empire. Tamam under a ride with Mortini. Ajdayet's past 1, that's Alam Malak as they come into the straight, where it is Imperial Ace still leading by about a half length. The outside, Master Sergeant looms up here for Jules Moby, and Shanti Star next, Al Jadaf, then Imperial Empire. Next to best of the rest was Tardid. It is taking over now Master Sergeant. Master Sergeant has found an extra gear here in the late stages. Imperial Empire trying to chase here. Al Jadaf trying to fight it out into the minor placings. Master Sergeant, has he run away with it? No, he hasn't. He's gone out. Imperial Empire swooped home. Imperial Empire. I think Master Sergeant may have got second, but he's gone amiss here past the post. Then came Imperial Ace, followed there by, next in turn there was Alam Malak, followed by Mortini, Tardid, Ajdayet, Al Jadaf, Tamam. And not what you want to see, unfortunately. Master Sergeant here, he's pulled up just past the post, gone amiss. Very, very sad scenes here. Imperial Empire, though, will get the win. And Imperial Empire takes it out here in race number 8.
So this is the winner making his way back. We didn't show the closing stages, of course, to that race because of the injury sustained by Master Sergeant, and our thoughts with connections in the Rashid Borsley Racing Syndicate, because that was obviously a catastrophic looking injury suffered by Master Sergeant, and we're really sorry that that happened for that team. That's why we didn't show any of the closing stages of the race, but the winner is making his way back in under Tiger O'Shea. And that horse is Imperial Empire.
Unofficial numbers here for race number 8, 3, 9, 1 and 2. 3, 9, 1 and 2. Imperial Empire the winner in 1:38.34. Margins 8 1/4 by a nose. 3, 9, 1 and 2 in the Dubai Auto Zone, presented by DP World over 1,600 metres.
The winner for Tiger O'Shea and for Bhupat Seema. We spoke to him before the race. Congratulations to Touch Gold Racing, winner of race number 8, Imperial Empire. So Tiger O'Shea weighing in after that success with Imperial Empire. He's back in the winner's enclosure, as Bhupat Seema was saying. He's got a beautiful pedigree, he's got lots of ability as well, and he's down to a mark where he could capitalise, and capitalise he did. Obviously it was a dramatic end to the race there, Ty, but ultimately your horse got a nice position on the rail, and he really did get rolling down the wide outside when you switched him out.
Yeah, he was a front runner in yesteryear. He's lost that bit of early, so we decided just to sit on him. You know, it was a good draw and get him in the clear in the straight, but we were probably a bit fortunate on the night. Unfortunately, the Borsley horse went wrong with connections inside the last 150, and you know, it made it easier. We would have certainly probably put it up to him, but it certainly made it easier. So hopefully that horse didn't look too good. So commiserations to them.
Yeah, I mean the positives from your horse would be, you know, getting the right sort of tune out of him, because he's, as you say, you know, he was finishing with a wet sail.
Yeah, he's an old boy, and you know, this dirt racing is tough on him. So you know, he'd won 3 back in 2021-22 season, and it takes its toll. And they get older, they get a bit more clever, and you know, they lose that bit of early zest. So you know, he had a lovely run last time on turf, and I think that's what done his confidence good. You know, he finished off, and it's probably his first time finishing a race in 18 months. So yeah, it worked tonight, but as I said, we were probably a bit fortunate.
Thanks, Doug.
Thank you.
Time for the presentation for our penultimate contest then. One trophy to present for this 9:35, the Dubai Auto Zone presented by DP World. And making his way to stage is Mr. Shihab Sultan Mesmar, the head of operations, DAS Operations. Our thanks to him for presenting the award and doing so to the winning owners of Imperial Empire back in the winner's enclosure, and representing Touch Gold Racing. Welcome to the stage, Mr. Mike Kay. Well, we've had high drama tonight, none more so in our 3 instalments of Faces at the Races, and this is the 4th of them. And we're going into the crowd for this one. Who's going to win 500 dirham? You know where to go if you do. Reward Centre at Concourse B to collect your prize. It's 500 dirham if we pick your face as the winning face. But in order for us to do that, we need a nice big smile. We don't want you to overdo it, just the right amount of commitment to Faces at the Races, please. Just get in the zone and then give it your best smile. And 500 dirham is yours. And you can go collect. Whether the man in the Fendi hat went to collect, I don't know. But one of you might. Who is tonight's 4th winner of Faces at the Races? You, madam. Children have been a key theme tonight, as well as beautiful smiles, and you tick both those boxes. Head to the Reward Centre at Concourse B to collect your 500 dirham. So horses making their way around. I think they're going to come out soon enough, so I'll just sort of preempt that and start over to our right with horse number 2 for this maiden over 2,000 metres. And Algernon lines up for Musabaral Mary, horse 2, with Oscar Chavez on board. Hasn't shown a huge amount so far, but not beaten too far last time, just 1.5 lengths over 1,600 metres at Abu Dhabi. That was off the back of a run when beaten inside 3 lengths on debut at Lingfield. The step up in trip will hopefully be what the horse wants. There is stamina on his dam side, but he's a showcasing. I'm not certain it'll suit, but obviously he's showing those sorts of signs at home. Oh good, he's doing another spin. So should have probably gone in the middle, but we didn't. There we go. We're not going to go in now, or we'll look silly when they come out. Dark Candy is number 4. He's a bay son of Twirling Candy. I see what they did there. He is rated 75, so you know claims can be made purely on that. Although he's obviously got a bit to find with Mount Tambura. Dark Candy, number 4, has had 3 goes so far on the dirt, no go on the turf. I wouldn't be negative about his chances on the turf. It's just where they've got 75 from, because she hasn't shown a huge amount. It's been beaten pretty conclusively so far on each and every start. Number 5 is behind that. That is Izaj for Conor Beasley and Amr Bin Hamash. Has got the team in good nick. Horses, obviously, they've had a double tonight, and they have run largely pretty well. The last week as well, they're just on decent form. Rated 70, so a bit to find with the aforementioned horse who was Dark Candy, but you know, there has been a little bits of ability there, in particular at Alain a couple of starts ago, having another go on the turf. Number 6 is H. Borken, rated 61. Definitely has something to find for Bupat Simar and Andrew Slattery, was well held last time, and here's 7, Mount Tambura in front of us, the most likely winner based upon ratings. Beaten a short head last time under Christian de Muro. Makar Barcelona takes over. He's looking for a double tonight. We'll finish up with Mystery Moon, this grey, making his way out, son of the Factor, her way out I should say, apologies. She's a 7-year-old in maiden company, so they're keeping going with her. Just a 3rd start, and 8 days off the back of the 2nd. That was off the back of a big old absence. So, well, stranger things have happened, but that would be odd. They're making their way into the paddock.
As we head into the parade ring for the final race of the evening, we head to our first horse, and that is Game Master, the 5-year-old gelding by postpone for Mohammed Mardood, Mr. Ahmad Ziad Galadari. Richard Mullen does the riding here. He's had 2 runs so far this season, 1 at Sharjah and 1 at Alain. He was beaten a distance on both. He would need to improve dramatically to be figuring here in the final event. Number 2 is Algernon. Comes out of that race here, same as our international market favourite, who we'll get to very shortly. His stablemate as well, Masaba El-Maheri, does the training. Oscar Chavez rides Algernon here. He was 4th there in that event. And coming out of that race, the form has been franked by Energetic, winning last night at Abu Dhabi. Number 4 is Dark Candy, the 4-year-old colt by Twirling Candy here for Tiger O'Shea and Bupat Sima. He draws the ace here and comes into his second run for the season. We saw him just before the new year at Jebel Ali and in the new year also at Jebel Ali, down the track on both occasions. He should appreciate a return back here to the turf and also to Meydan. Number 5 is Izaj for Connor Beasley and Ahmed bin Hamash. He has had numerous runs already this season. The last 2 he's really come to 0 to 75 second, beaten ahead, and then went back to Maiden Company at Jebel Ali, running third there, beaten 6.5 lengths behind Waquet. He has his first run on the grass this season, and hopefully we see him racing well here. First run on the grass at Meydan, I should say. He's had a run at Abu Dhabi on the grass. Number 6, H. Borkin. 4-year-old gelding by Churchill. Andrew Slattery. Bupat Seema trains this one as well. 3 starts, yet to figure, and would need to improve off what we've seen so far. Number 7, Mount Tambora. He looks the horse to beat. Short head off Arabian Tail. And as we mentioned earlier on with Algernon, that form Frank Energetic, a very strong winner last night at Abu Dhabi, who was in behind them. He came off the fence under Christian De Muro, hit the line very well, only to go down a short head. He looks the horse to beat here, the clear horse to beat, the 4-year-old gelding by Dark Angel. He's had the 3 seconds so far from 5 starts, as his second run here in the UAE. Number 8 is Mulhim for Patrick Dobbs and Doug Watson for Mr. Ahmed Bintuk Al Mari. 5 starts and yet to figure. He's been beaten a distance his last 3 starts. Another horse who would have to improve. And he's had the 2 runs so far this season. Mystery Moon. Charlie Bennett rides for Kay Saboud. He makes his Meydan debut, beaten a distance on both occasions. Another one who would have to find quite a few lengths to be figuring here in this 9-horse field, our final event of the evening. And we go over the 2,000 metres, so they will make their way all the way up the back chute to the 2,000 metre mark for our final event.
Thank you.
Our thanks again to Zabil Feed for the 9th time supporting the Best Turned Out award. This has gone to Izaj, horse number 5, and the winning groom is Mohammed Quresh. Well done to Mohammed, and you can see he's over there and he is delighted with that. Look at him. He should have won Faces at the Races. Brilliant work from Mohammed. Well done to him, and our thanks as ever to Zabil Feed for providing the 650 dirham to the Best Turned Out winner. Well, thanks to Ziad Al-Hawat for presenting the award. Best Turned Out winner, the winning groom, Mohammed Quresh. So the one that's out, this is Classic Medal. As you can see, there's horse number 7, Mount Tambora. Should take a bit of beating on all known form and ability. The highest rated in the field. Ran really well last time. I mean, it should be pretty easy, but you know, doesn't always work out like that. We'll see. Being pony to the start, this horse. Mount Tambora. I assume there is a Mount Tambora somewhere. I don't know where. I might look it up while I waffle on about horse number 2. And that is Algernon. Mount Tambora. It's a stratovolcano in Indonesia. I don't know what a stratovolcano is, but it is in Indonesia, and it's a form of volcano. There you are. Lovely, on the island of Sumbawa. Anyway, Mount Tambora is making his way down. Will he erupt tonight with a win? That's all I got. Oh, it's been a long one. Algernon is number 2. He's a showcasing, and he carries the colours 2 of Nasir Asker. No rating as yet, but didn't run badly last time. Oscar Chavez rides. It's the other Musabra Mary horse. As far as ability goes, I mean, the 2 efforts suggest he can win a race. It's just whether or not he can do it over 2,000 metres. The pedigree doesn't scream it necessarily. And he's got a bit to find with stable companion Mount Tambora. Horse number 5 is Izaj, the Best Turned Out winner, and no-name Never Gelding, who is having a first go over this sort of distance. Never won on the turf. Well, it's a maiden, so he's never won anywhere. But didn't go, wasn't too far away at Alain over 1,600. I think this horse is a danger. I know he has loads to find on ratings, but the yard are going well, and he's shown the ability to go close in a race before. He will need the extra distance to bring about improvement. But he's got more a turf pedigree, being a no-name ever out of a Galileo mare, than he has a dirt pedigree anyway, and he's gone close on that. And number 4 is Dark Candy, who we're going to finish up with. Comes out of stall number 1, first go on the turf. He has got a dirt pedigree, but maybe a switch to this surface will bring about a bit of improvement. It's a quiet enough contest to finish with, the DP World Logistics GCC, presented by DP World. We've had a good night of really good racing so far tonight, and we've had a bit of drama as well. Pat Comerford and I will be reflecting on the night soon enough. But we'll be finishing up with this race first, this now 8-runner contest. Thanks to everyone that's come in tonight. Looks a really good crowd in, actually, this evening. And they'll be even bigger next week for Fashion Friday. Pat and I have already been talking about what we're going to wear for Fashion Friday. It's really all we've talked about over the last week or so. And we're thoroughly excited about that. I think I'm going to go chinos and a jacket, Pat. And a different coloured tie to you. Save me, all yours.
Thank you very much, Tom. Yeah, it's. I think we'll need a bit more communication than today after the unfortunate tie mishap and matchup. But yeah, I think it might be a time to rock out a 3-piece suit. I think the weather's getting cool enough, isn't it? Fashion Friday, you may as well go all out as Mulhim comes in. Mount Tambora on the international market. is priced as if he's going to win this quite convincingly. Elgin on the outside, loads away, set to go here. 2,000 metres the journey, and we are underway. Game Master was one of the first to show. Dark Candy pressing through, along with Mystery Moon, Izage, H. Borkin, the first 5 there. Now, Mount Tambora and Algernon happy to set off this early clump, and they sit about 4 lengths detached from the initial group, and then back to Mulhim, who'd spot the lead the best part of 20 lengths, where it's Dark Candy down the back, leading the way here by a slim margin, a length and a half to Mystery Moon. 2.5 lengths back to H. Borkin, a similar margin to Game Master, Izage. 3 lengths to Mount Tambora, 4 lengths to Algernon, and another 10 to Mulhim, who's getting further away from the field. So the sectionals are okay for Meydan Company. 1,250 metres left to go, 13.52, 24.73, as they make their way down the back. Mystery Moon still there in second. He's tried to slack it off a little bit here, Tygo Shea, now at the 1,000-metre mark. H. Borkin third, fourth Izage. Game Master's fifth. Tacking onto the back now, Mount Tambora gets ever so closer. Algernon also honing in on this forward group, and the last one was Mulhim. He's now 15 to 20 lengths away from the rest of the field. So Dark Candy, well held together at the 750, leads the way. H. Borkin was second. Third, Izage. Making his way out into a running line now is Mount Tambora. Game Master fell for. Algernon tracks the favourite from Mystery Moon and Mulhim out of the contest. It is Dark Candy, H. Borkin to the outside, Izage now getting a slap down the shoulder is Mount Tambora, starting to lift up on the outside here. Dark Candy, H. Borkin comes up to the outside, Izage only slaps down the thing, hands and heels here at the moment for Mount Tambora. Izage hard ridden, Mount Tambora now asked for under Barcelona, looking to go 2 winners on the night here, and Mount Tambora draws away here from Izage. Algernon, Mount Tambora, the good thing of the night, gets the chocolates in the last. 4 lengths on the line, Izage second, Algernon third, a gap to H. Borkin in fourth. Fifth across the line was Dark Candy from Game Master and Mulhim, and Mystery Moon a long last. Mulhim beat one home. That was track work for Mount Tambora there in race number 9. Sat off them. Like how Barcelona knew he was on the best horse here, coming into this off a rating of 90. The conditions suited him greatly here, carrying the 56.5 kilograms. Macau Barcelona, after taking the Group 2 tonight on Silver Lady, gets a second winner on Mount Tambora. He put the writing on the wall at Abu Dhabi last start under Christian De Muro. He hasn't gone around much on the international market, but he's won like a good thing. Mount Tambora, our winner in the last 7, comes up in the frame.
Yeah, well, that was pretty comfortable, wasn't it? And yeah, Pat called every yard of it in the run of his movements, and the confidence that Macau Barcelona oozed throughout the race, and he's produced him at the perfect time, Mount Tambora, to go on and score pretty comfortably. Eruption would be overdoing it, I think, but just a gentle flow throughout the race to win pretty comfortably. Put the race to bed with ease. I'm sure Macau was happy with every aspect of that race, and as expected, Mount Tambora was just too good for them, rated 90, far too good for the rest of them. He was given a sort of no-nonsense or an uncomplicated ride, I should say, not no-nonsense, but just, you know, if you're on the best horse like that, you don't want to force anything, sit off them, go through the gears, get a nice long run at them, and yeah, that was cosy. Izage has run pretty well, who was in there pitching at this point. Tell you what, Algernon's clearly got ability too, as you can see. But Mount Tambora beats Izage and Algernon. Those 3 a little way clear of H. Borkin. Now this is the bit where Macau Barcelona just makes his way down towards the wide outside. He just edges off that rail, wanting to make sure there's no complications in front of him, and doesn't force the issue, just letting the horse find his own rhythm. And he gets his head in front. Mount Tambora for the first time, having gone so close last time on first go out here. He won't change mark-wise off the back of that, because, well, he shouldn't. I mean, he could be brought down, if anything. But either way, Mount Tambora finds himself in the winner's enclosure.
Numbers for the last 7, 5, 2 and 6, 7, 5, 2 and 6. Mount Tambora gets the win here in the last. The DP World Logistics brought to you by GCC, presented by DP World over the 2,000 metres. 7, 5, 2 and 6. Mount Tambora, your winner. 2:02.33, 3.5 by a neck in the last race.
Welcome back into the winner's enclosure. Somebody shouting well done to Musaba there. The winner of our 9th and final race, Mount Tambora. Double on the night from Car Barcelona. This one a bit easier than the first. Mount Tambora scores. And it looked pretty straightforward, I guess, ability-wise on paper, and you gave the horse a pretty uncomplicated ride, I thought, and job done.
Yeah, exactly. He deserved to break his Meydan. That wasn't kind of easy race for him on paper, and he won well. He did what we asked him to do. So.
Is that ideally what, you know, when you're on a horse rated that far clear of the field who's gone so close last time, just first and foremost you want to make sure you're not forcing the issue and not going to hit any trouble?
Yeah, just want to find a way to be comfortable out of the trouble, and just to make sure not to miss his race.
Have you worked out what happened on the 15th of July 2019 yet? For the tattoo?
Yeah, well...
Because we're scratching our heads.
That's good. No, I don't know about the date, but I don't know what to say.
He's a fan.
He's a fan.
He'll be happy. Okay, for the 9th and final time tonight, it is presentation time, and we're welcoming back to the stage to make the presentation Mohammed Abu Hamra, who's the Chief Operating Officer Digital Technology at DP World GCC. Mohammed, thank you ever so much for presenting 2 awards tonight, and this is the second of them. Welcome to the stage. And he'll be presenting the award to, once again, the colours of Nasser Asker cavalry to success. So please welcome to the stage Nasser Asker and Raim Asker, Mohammed Asker, Hussein Asker and Mustafa Asker. Well, that's us for the night before Fashion Friday, and we had, as far as the fillies go, they were the two standout races, I guess, and Manama Gold did the business. Silver Lady run a dramatic race. What was your standout, Pat?
I think Manama Gold, you've got to say, was the horse that had to back it up tonight and did it ever so impressively. Look, I think Mount Tambora was a good win as well in the last race, but again, a horse only starting its journey and probably had the conditions to suit. But yeah, look, a Manama Gold for me. I still think that Group 2 form, I still think we've got two fillies there that will be able to compete against the boys as well. I don't think that was it was just that the fact that they were racing against their own sex to see them run as well as they did. I think English Rose has got plenty of potential. I agree.
Should reverse the form going forward or not?
Yeah, that's a question. Look, I agreed with you when you made the comment after the race that you don't feel that in the final 100 metres she attacked Silver Lady as much as we would have hoped. She was there and she was challenging, but at no real point did she really look like, and maybe for a fraction of a second, but Silver Lady had to measure basically the entire time. A lot of people, I'm sure, who were wagering on the race overseas, the way that English Rose was in the market, they would have been hoping for the result to be reversed. But look, Silver Lady's run up to her skin, and I think I agree with what you said as well, and the fact that I think she was just more case hardened coming into this, and that has sent her a long way. Yeah, she was beaten a distance last start, but she's had more starts, and I think she's come into it. Now, I think English Rose potentially has a bit more potential going down the track, but Silver Lady deserved the win.
And Meydan Gold, is going to be aimed at the big ones and try and do what Cocoa Beach through this net race was named after, did it, and win the Guineas and the Oaks. And I guess there's no reason to oppose her. I guess a real positive take out the race was Lafferty running much better. Yes, look, it was a great race in regards to how Lafferty performed. It wasn't just a one-horse affair. There was other runs by horses in it that you can take out of it. Lafferty, namely the one outside of Meydan Gold. It just did go to show that race last start was unfortunate. Things didn't go to plan. The horse definitely does have ability, and look, was lengths away from third. So, great to see her run a decent race. Mysterious Night was a pretty impressive winner on the night, off the back of more of a no-show last time and getting a poorer trip. But I mean, it was a bit of an afterthought on my part because I'd gone with Tarmol. I certainly didn't expect the horse to go and win that comfortably. Yeah, look, I didn't think the conditions suited as much as it obviously did, but I think raw ability just shone through there in those final stages. Found a gear when the rest of them didn't. I think there was a couple of horses in that race to take out of. I thought the Emergency McManaman ran a super race considering where he was at the start of the event on settling. There was a few horses there I think you can take out of. There was a lot of forgives on the day. That Mysterious Night race in behind, I think there was a lot of forgive runs. It was quite muddling in behind. There was a fair bit of carnage, not a lot of room for a lot of those horses. And that echoes to other races on the night as well. I thought Sari Dubai was terribly unlucky, got out and just couldn't get a run at them. And also even the other Costa runner in Tamol there in that final stage to be shut off there. Probably would have taken second, maybe not won the race, but at the same time, that's horse racing. It's a big night next week, Fashion Friday. It is, and I'm looking forward to it. My first Fashion Friday, certainly not yours. You've got your outfit all set and ready to go? I'm all ready to go, yeah. Fascinator. Well, we can tell the viewers that this wasn't planned. These matching ties was not a planned. No, we'll have to arrange a dinner to talk about it going into it next week. Because I'm here, so we really should. I've matched ties with you, and then I thought I'd change it up with Anthony Dunkley one day and go the light grey suit, and he rolled in with a light grey suit as well. And there we are in two light grey suits. Great, he's out next week. There we go. He'll be back. Very exciting. Very exciting. Good to have a great man back. But it's part of the reason that some of the contests tonight are diluted is because we're building into Fashion Friday, which is just going to be a great night's race. It certainly will be. And look, it's the first, obviously, real big night when it comes to expecting that big crowd to roll in. And a great sort of theme, I guess, as well. There'll be plenty of people rocking up in their frocks and in suits, and hopefully there's plenty of people looking good. And I'm going to do my best. I'll tell you what, you can't do much with this head, but I'm going to do my best to dress the part elsewhere and try and do my part for Fashion Friday. Pat, great stuff. Thanks ever so much. Have a great week with your domestic racing out here. We'll see you guys next week for Fashion Friday. Hope you've enjoyed all the action tonight. Bye bye.